Welcome back, sleepyheads. I've got some truly chilling stories lined up for you tonight. Tales that will make the shadows feel alive and send a shiver down your spine. So find a cozy spot, settle in, and let the darkness wrap around you. If you're enjoying these eerie stories, don't forget to like and subscribe. And before you drift off, leave me a comment telling me what time it is and where in the world you're listening from. I love seeing who's joining me in the dark. Now, let's begin. I have never really talked about what happened that night, maybe because it still makes me feel like I am standing there all over again, in the cold quiet of those old walls, my breath fogging in the dim light. Or maybe because it sounds like something you tell to scare kids around a campfire, a ghost story that lives in the dark corners of memory. But it was real to me. As real as the stale smell of flowers in the halls and the soft creak of the floorboards beneath my boots. I used to work security for an old funeral home in Lancaster. It had been there since the 1800s, a hulking stone building that seemed to lean in on itself as the years went by. My job was simple enough. Walk the halls every hour, make sure no one had broken in, and keep an eye on the cameras that flickered in black and white in the tiny office at the back. Most nights it was just me and the echoes. The way that place was built, every small sound seemed to come back to you twice, like the building was breathing along with you. I got used to it after a while, the way you get used to the smell of old wood and disinfectant. But there was always something about that place that made the skin on the back of my neck prickle, like it was watching me even when I was alone. My last night there was like any other. The manager had already left for the evening. The last of the families had said their quiet goodbyes, and I was alone with the silence. I walked the halls like I always did, checking the locks and the doors, my flashlight cutting thin lines through the dark. The lights in the chapel were still on, a soft glow that made the stained glass windows look like they were holding back the night. It was just past midnight when I heard it, soft at first, like someone humming to themselves in the dark. I stopped in the middle of the hallway, the beam of my flashlight jittering on the wall as my hand tightened around it. The sound was coming from the embalming room at the end of the hall, a low, wavering song that rose and fell like a breath. I stood there for a moment, my heart beating too fast in my chest. Part of me wanted to turn around and walk away, to leave that song behind me and never think of it again. But I had never been one to scare easy, and I told myself it was just the pipes, or the wind pushing through the old boards. I walked down the hall slowly, the singing growing louder with each step. It was a woman's voice, soft and sad, like she was singing just for herself. The door to the embalming room was slightly ajar, a thin line of light spilling out onto the cracked tiles of the hallway. I pushed it open with the edge of my boot and stepped inside. The room was empty. The stainless steel table in the center gleamed in the light of the single bulb overhead, and the air smelled sharp and clean, like chemicals and old stone. But there was no one there. No woman, no shadow, just the cold quiet of the room. I stood there for a moment, listening to the echo of my own breath. The slab was wet, a thin sheen of water, or something like it, glistening under the light. It looked like someone had just stepped off it, the shape of a heel, the smudge of a toe still visible in the thin film of moisture. I swallowed hard, my throat dry. My flashlight felt heavy in my hand, the weight of it somehow not as comforting as it should have been. I backed away slowly, my boots slipping a little on the wet floor. I could still hear that singing, though I knew it was only in my head now, a ghost of a voice that seemed to cling to the air. I turned and walked out of the room, pulling the door shut behind me with a soft click that sounded much too loud in the empty hall. My reflection in the small window of the door looked pale and tired, my eyes wide and staring back at me like a stranger. I did not go back to the office right away. I walked the halls again, slower this time, my ears straining for any other sound. The whole building felt different now, like it was holding its breath. Every step echoed too loud. Every shadow seemed to watch me as I passed. When I finally sat down in the chair in front of the monitors, I could still feel the cold of that room in my bones. I stared at the black and white screens, the grainy images of empty hallways and still rooms. Nothing moved, nothing changed, but I could not shake the feeling that if I turned around I would see her there, standing in the doorway with that song still on her lips. I made it until dawn. I sat there in that small office, the flicker of the monitors the only light, and waited for the morning to come. I kept expecting to hear her voice again, but the building was silent. When the sun finally rose and the first light of day crept in through the high windows, I took off my badge and left it on the desk. I did not say goodbye. I did not lock the door behind me. I just walked out into the early morning air, the sky pale and bright, and did not look back. I never went back to that funeral home. I told myself it was just a job, just another place to leave behind. But some nights, when the world is quiet and the shadows stretch long and thin across the walls, I still hear that singing, soft and sad, like it is following me even now. And I wonder if some places keep a part of you, even after you are gone, if some voices never really stop singing, no matter how long you try to forget. After I left that morning, I tried to put it all behind me. I told myself it had been the stress of working nights, the long hours spent alone with nothing but my own thoughts and the echoes of an old building. I told myself it was just a trick of the mind, a memory of music that had clung to the air long after the last note had faded. But no matter how many times I repeated those things, I could not make myself believe them. I kept thinking about the wet slab, the way it had glistened in the dim light like someone had just been there, the way the singing had stopped the moment I stepped inside, leaving only the cold quiet of that room. It was not the kind of thing you could explain away with tiredness or shadows. It was something that had reached out of the darkness and touched me, and no matter how far I tried to run from it, I could still feel the chill of that touch on my skin. For the first few nights after, I barely slept. I would lie in bed with the covers pulled up to my chin, my eyes open and fixed on the ceiling, waiting for that soft voice to find me again in the dark. Every creak of the old pipes, every sigh of the wind against the window felt like a promise that it would. I kept my phone by the bed, the screen turned low, as if that small glow of light could keep the shadows at bay, but it never felt like enough. I tried to tell myself it was over, that whatever I had heard that night was just that one night, that it would not follow me beyond those cold stone walls. But I could feel it in the back of my mind, that slow, patient presence that had watched me from the embalming room. I would catch myself staring at dark corners in my flat, half expecting to see the flicker of movement, the pale outline of something that should not be there. One evening, I went out for a walk, just to clear my head. The air was sharp and cold, the sky heavy with low gray clouds that seemed to press down on the world. I walked slowly, the rhythm of my steps on the pavement a small comfort in the quiet of the street. I kept my hands in my pockets, my shoulders hunched against the cold, but I could not shake the feeling that I was not alone, that the shadows behind me were moving when I turned away, that every step was being watched. I stopped by a small coffee shop and ordered something hot just to have something warm in my hands. I sat by the window and watched the world move past outside, people wrapped in coats and scarves, their heads down against the wind. They all looked so sure of where they were going, so sure of the world beneath their feet. I envied them that certainty. I thought about the funeral home, about the way it had seemed to lean into the night, its dark windows like watching eyes. I thought about the families that came there, the way they moved through those halls with quiet steps and lowered voices, as if even in death, the walls were listening. And I thought about the slab, wet and waiting, like it was holding a story I was never meant to hear. When I finally went home, the flat felt too quiet. I turned on the television, letting the soft chatter of voices fill the room, but it did not help. I kept seeing the door to the embalming room in my mind, the thin line of light that had spilled out into the hall, the way the song had seemed to hover in the air like it was breathing. I poured myself a drink and sat on the couch, the glass cold in my hand. I tried to remember the tune of that song, but it slipped away from me every time I reached for it, like water through my fingers. It was not the kind of melody you could hum to yourself or write down. It was something older, something that felt like it had always been there, waiting for someone to hear. That night I dreamed of the funeral home. In the dream I was standing in the hallway again, the light from my torch flickering across the dark wood of the doors. The singing was there too, soft and low, echoing through the halls like a heartbeat. I walked towards it, my steps slow and careful, each one feeling heavier than the last. When I reached the embalming room, the door was open. The light inside was too bright, almost blinding, and the air was thick with the sharp scent of chemicals. I stepped inside, and there she was. A woman standing beside the slab, her skin pale and her hair dark and tangled around her shoulders. She was singing, her lips moving slowly, her voice a soft hum that seemed to pull the air out of the room. She looked at me and smiled, and in that smile, I saw something that made my stomach twist. It was not kindness, not sadness. It was something else. Something that said she had been waiting for me. I woke up with a start, my heart racing, the taste of the air in that room still in my mouth. My flat was quiet, the only sound the low murmur of the radiator. But I could still hear her voice, soft and distant, like it was coming from somewhere just beyond the walls. I sat there for a long time, listening to the quiet, my hands shaking in the dark. I thought about going back to the funeral home, about standing in that hallway one more time just to prove to myself that it had been real, but I knew I would never step inside that building again. Some doors, once opened, can never be closed again. Instead, I got up and walked to the window, looking out at the empty street below. The world looked so normal in the early morning light, the sky slowly turning from gray to pale blue, but I knew better. I knew that there are places where the dead do not sleep, where the echoes of their voices can still find you long after you have left them behind. And in the quiet of that moment, I knew that whatever had been waiting in that room, it was not done with me yet. The days that followed were a blur of restless sleep and uneasy silence. I tried to go about my routine, but everything felt off. The world outside my flat seemed distant, like I was watching it through a fogged window. I kept the curtains drawn, the lights low, and the television on, hoping the noise would drown out the thoughts that kept circling in my mind. I couldn't shake the memory of that song, the way it had echoed through the embalming room, soft and mournful. It haunted me, slipping into my dreams and waking moments alike. I would catch myself humming it under my breath, the melody etched into my memory like a scar. One evening, I decided to take a walk, hoping the fresh air would clear my head. The streets of Lancaster were quiet, the usual bustle subdued. I wandered aimlessly, my feet leading me without direction. As I passed by the old funeral home, I felt a chill run down my spine. The building loomed in the fading light, its stone facade casting long shadows across the pavement. I paused, staring up at the dark windows. The place looked the same as it always had, but there was something different about it now. It felt heavier, like it was holding its breath, waiting. I shook my head and turned away, quickening my pace as I headed back home. That night I couldn't sleep. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, the melody of the song playing over and over in my mind. I tried to distract myself, reading, watching television, anything to keep my thoughts occupied. But nothing worked. The song was relentless, a constant presence in the back of my mind. Around 3 a.m, I heard a noise. It was faint, barely audible, but it made my blood run cold. It sounded like footsteps, slow and deliberate, moving across the floor above me. I lived on the top floor of the building. There was no one above me. I sat up, heart pounding, straining to hear. The footsteps continued, growing louder, closer. I grabbed my phone and turned on the flashlight, the beam cutting through the darkness. I crept out of bed and moved towards the door, every nerve in my body on edge. As I reached the hallway, the footsteps stopped. The silence was deafening. I stood there, holding my breath, waiting. Then, from the corner of my eye, I saw movement. A shadow, fleeting and insubstantial, darted across the wall. I spun around, the flashlight beam dancing wildly, but there was nothing there. I backed into my bedroom, locking the door behind me. I sat on the edge of the bed, the flashlight still in my hand, the beam trembling as I tried to steady my breathing. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. The next morning, I called a friend, someone I hadn't spoken to in a while. I needed to talk to someone, to hear a familiar voice. We chatted about mundane things, catching up on life, but I couldn't bring myself to mention what had been happening. It sounded too crazy, too unreal. After the call, I sat in silence, the weight of the past few days pressing down on me. I knew I couldn't keep going like this. I needed answers, closure. I needed to confront whatever was haunting me. That evening, as the sun set and the shadows lengthened, I made a decision. I would go back to the funeral home. I needed to see it again, to face whatever was there. I packed a small bag with a flashlight, a notebook, and a camera. I didn't know what I was expecting to find, but I wanted to be prepared. I arrived at the funeral home just after midnight. The building stood silent and imposing, its dark windows like empty eyes. I approached the front door, my footsteps echoing on the stone steps. The door was locked, as I expected, but I knew another way in. Around the back of the building, there was a small service entrance. I had used it during my time working there, and I knew it was rarely secured. I tried the handle, and to my surprise, it turned. The door creaked open, revealing the dark interior. I stepped inside, the air thick with the scent of old wood and disinfectant. I turned on my flashlight, the beam cutting through the darkness. The hallway stretched out before me, familiar and yet foreign. I moved slowly, my footsteps muffled by the worn carpet. As I made my way through the building, memories came flooding back. The quiet moments spent in the chapel, the hushed conversations with grieving families, the endless hours of solitude. It all felt so distant now, like a different life. I reached the embalming room, the door slightly ajar. I pushed it open, the hinges groaning in protest. The room was just as I remembered it, the stainless steel table gleaming under the harsh overhead light. But something was different. The air felt heavy, charged with an unseen energy. I stepped inside, the door closing behind me with a soft click. I approached the table, my flashlight beam steady. The surface was dry, clean. There was no sign of the wetness I had seen that night. I stood there for a moment, unsure of what I was looking for. Then I heard it, the song, faint and distant, but unmistakable. It echoed through the room, wrapping around me like a shroud. I turned, trying to locate the source, but there was no one there. The temperature dropped, the air growing colder with each passing second. My breath fogged in the beam of the flashlight, and I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. The song grew louder, more insistent. I backed away from the table, my heart pounding. The room seemed to close in around me, the walls pressing closer. I turned and fled, the door swinging open before me. I ran through the hallways, the song following me, echoing off the walls. I burst out of the service entrance, the cold night air hitting me like a wave. I didn't stop running until I reached my car. I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking, and finally managed to start the engine. I drove away, not looking back. I don't know what I encountered that night, whether it was a ghost, a residual echo, or something else entirely. But I do know that the funeral home is not just a building. It's a place where the veil between the living and the dead is thin, where the past lingers, and the echoes of the departed still sing their mournful songs. When I got home that night, I locked the door behind me and leaned against it, my breath ragged, and my heart still hammering in my chest. The air in my flat felt different, thicker somehow, like the quiet was holding its breath. I turned on every light, the warm glow spilling into every corner, but it did nothing to shake the feeling that I had brought something back with me, that maybe some part of that old building had clung to me in the darkness and followed me home. I tried to distract myself, turning on the television, flipping through the channels aimlessly, but nothing held my attention for long. My mind kept drifting back to that cold slab, to the song that had seemed to echo through the walls even after I had fled. It was not a song I could hum or write down. It was more like a memory that lived under the skin, surfacing in moments of silence when the world seemed to stop. I slept fitfully, the weight of the night pressing down on me like a heavy blanket. My dreams were full of narrow hallways and flickering lights, of soft voices singing just out of sight. I woke up with the taste of cold air in my mouth and the feeling of being watched. I sat up in bed, the dawn light gray and hesitant at the window, and told myself it had all been a dream. But the memory of that voice said otherwise. Over the next few days, I tried to settle back into some kind of routine. I went to work, I made small talk with my coworkers, I bought groceries, and read the paper like everything was normal. but nothing felt the same. The world around me seemed muted, the edges too sharp, every sound too loud in the quiet moments. One afternoon I found myself back at the edge of the woods that bordered the funeral home. I told myself I was just taking a walk, that I needed the fresh air, but I knew why I was there. I stood at the tree line, the old stone building just visible through the branches, and felt that same cold prickle run up my spine. The place looked so still, so solid and unmoving, but I knew it was not empty. I knew the walls were full of voices I would never hear in the light of day. I turned away and walked back home, the sound of the leaves crunching under my feet a small comfort in the quiet. That night I sat in my living room with the lights on, the soft hum of the refrigerator the only sound in the room. I thought about calling the manager of the funeral home, about asking if anyone else had heard that singing, but I did not. Some questions felt too dangerous to ask, like saying them out loud would make them real in a way I was not ready to face. As the days turned into weeks, the memories of that night began to blur at the edges. The song was still there, but softer now, like an echo in a long hallway. I started to convince myself that it was over, that whatever had been waiting in that building had turned its attention elsewhere. But late at night, when the world was quiet and I was alone in the dark, I could still feel it. The weight of those walls, the cold breath of the embalming room, the soft press of a song that was never meant for the living. I would sit on the couch, my hands wrapped around a mug of tea gone cold, and listen to the silence. And sometimes, just on the edge of hearing, I thought I could catch the faintest hint of that melody. I started to write it down, the words of what I remembered, the feeling of that place. I filled pages with descriptions, trying to make sense of it, to turn it into something I could hold in my hands instead of something that lived in the dark corners of my mind. But the more I wrote, the more I realized there was no shape to it. It was not a story with a beginning and an end. It was a moment, a breath, a voice that lived just outside the reach of light. One night, I woke up to the sound of singing. It was so soft, so low, that for a moment I thought it was just my own breathing. But as I lay there, I realized it was coming from the hallway outside my bedroom. I got up slowly, my feet bare on the cold floor, and stepped to the door. I pressed my ear against it, the wood cool and solid under my skin. The song was clearer now, the words still impossible to make out, but the melody as familiar as my own name. I opened the door and stepped into the hallway, the light from the street lamp outside, painting long shadows on the walls. There was no one there. The flat was silent, empty. But the song was still there, hanging in the air like a question I did not know how to answer. I did not sleep the rest of that night. I sat in the living room, the curtains drawn back so I could see the sky, and waited for the dawn. When the first light of day finally came, it felt like a small mercy. The song faded with the morning, leaving only the quiet behind. The next day, I called in sick to work and went back to the funeral home. I told myself I just needed to see it in the light of day, to prove to myself that it was nothing more than old stone and fading memories. But as I stood in front of that building, the weight of it pressed down on me like a hand on my shoulder. I did not go inside. I stood there for a long time, the wind cold on my face, and watched the shadows shift across the stone. In that moment, I understood something I had been trying to ignore. That some places are meant to be left alone. That some voices are not meant for the living to hear. I turned away and walked back down the path, the sound of my own footsteps steady and sure. I did not look back. I knew that whatever waited in those halls would still be there, long after I was gone. And I knew that I would never go back. The days after that last visit to the funeral home felt like they stretched on forever. I went back to work, but nothing felt the same. I kept my head down, focused on the tasks in front of me, but my mind was never really there. It was always back in that cold hallway, in that silent room, listening for a song that should not have been. At night, sleep was hard to come by. I would lie in bed with the covers pulled up tight, the light from the street lamp outside painting slow, shifting patterns on the ceiling. I tried to tell myself that I had left it all behind, that the funeral home was just an old building and nothing more. But the memory of that voice was still there, like a splinter in the back of my mind. One evening I was sitting on the couch, staring at the television without really seeing it. My phone buzzed on the coffee table, and I reached for it out of habit. It was a message from an old coworker, someone who had worked with me at the funeral home for a few months before moving on to another job. We had not spoken in ages, but the message was short and strange enough to make my heart skip a beat. "Did you ever hear the singing?" I stared at the words for a long time, my hands cold and still. I typed back slowly, my fingers trembling. "Yes, once, in the embalming room." There was a long pause before the reply came. "I heard it too. Thought I was going mad." I did not know what to say to that. I stared at the screen, the soft glow of it painting my face in pale light. After a moment, I set the phone down and leaned back against the couch. I felt a strange sense of relief, knowing that it had not just been me, that someone else had heard it too. But that relief was tinged with something darker, a quiet fear that whatever lived in those walls was bigger and older than either of us could understand. That night, I dreamed of the funeral home again. In the dream, I was standing in the chapel, the air heavy with the scent of old flowers and candle wax. The stained glass windows were dark, the light outside swallowed up by the night. The song was there too, drifting through the air like smoke, soft and sad and endless. I turned in the dream, and there she was, a woman in a pale dress, her hair dark and tangled around her shoulders. She was standing by the door to the embalming room, her head tilted slightly as she watched me. Her lips moved slowly, the song slipping out in a breath I could almost feel on my skin. I woke up gasping, my throat tight, my hands clenched in the sheets. The room was silent, the only sound the faint tick of the old clock on the shelf. But I could still hear the last note of that song ringing in my ears. The next morning, I called my coworker. We spoke in quiet voices, both of us careful not to let the words slip too far into the light. He told me about the nights he had spent there alone, the way the halls seemed to stretch out into the dark, the way the walls felt like they were breathing. He told me about the night he had heard the singing, how he had followed it to the embalming room and found the slab wet, just like I had. We did not have answers for each other. We just had the quiet certainty that we were not alone in what we had seen. That was enough, in a way. It did not make the fear go away, but it made it feel a little less heavy, knowing that someone else carried the same weight. That afternoon, I decided to take a drive. I needed to get out of the flat, to feel the wind on my face, and remind myself that there was a world beyond those memories. I drove aimlessly, the roads winding out of the city and into the quiet green of the countryside. The sky was pale and clear, the air cool and fresh, and for a while I let myself believe that it was enough to push back the shadows. I stopped at a small diner on the edge of town, the kind of place where the coffee is always hot and the booths are worn soft by years of stories. I sat by the window and watched the cars pass by, the soft murmur of conversation around me, a gentle anchor to the present. I thought about the funeral home, about the families who had walked those halls with their heads bowed and their hearts heavy. I thought about the way the building seemed to hold on to every breath, every tear, every soft word whispered in the quiet. And I thought about the song, the way it had slipped through the cracks of the walls and found me even when I was sure I had left it behind. When I finally went home, the sun was setting, the sky streaked with soft pinks and golds. I stood in the doorway of my flat for a long moment, listening to the quiet. It felt different now, less heavy, less like it was pressing in on me from all sides. I stepped inside and locked the door behind me, the soft click of the bolt a small comfort. That night, I did not hear the song. The flat was still and silent, and I let myself believe that maybe it was over, that whatever had haunted those nights had finally let me go. But I knew better. I knew that some places never really leave you, that some songs keep singing long after the last note has faded. And in the quiet of the night, I knew that I would always carry a piece of that funeral home with me, a soft echo of a voice that was never meant for the living, a memory that would never really fade. The weeks that followed settled into a rhythm of sorts, each day a small piece of normalcy I could cling to. I went to work, I took long walks in the cool evenings, and I let myself believe that maybe, just maybe, it was all behind me. The funeral home was just an old building, I told myself. Just a place where the past had pressed in a little too close, but nothing more. But even in those moments of quiet, the memory of that last night never really left me. It lived in the back of my mind, a soft echo that surfaced when the world grew still. I would find myself pausing in doorways, listening to the hush of the house, half expecting to hear that soft, mournful song drifting through the dark. One night, I woke up to find the world wrapped in fog. The light from the street lamps outside was nothing more than a pale glow, the mist curling around the edges of the windows like something alive. I got up and made a cup of tea, the warmth of it a small comfort in the chill of the early hours. I stood at the window and watched the fog shift and move, the shapes of the trees just ghosts in the pale light. I thought about the funeral home, about the way the shadows had seemed to breathe in those halls. I thought about the song, the way it had wrapped around me in that cold room, the way it had lingered long after I had turned and fled. And I wondered if maybe there was no real ending to it all, no neat conclusion to tie it up and put it away. I did not go back to that place, and I knew I never would. But I understood now that it did not matter. It was not about the building. It was about the way certain places, certain moments, leave their mark on you, the way they become part of the map of your life, even if you never walk those halls again. The days grew longer as spring came, the light stretching further into the evening, the air soft and full of new green. I spent more time outside, letting the sun warm my face, letting the small sounds of the world remind me that life goes on. The song was still there, a faint memory in the quiet, but it felt softer now, less like a weight and more like a reminder. One morning, I woke to the sound of birds outside my window, their chatter bright and insistent. I made coffee and sat on the small balcony, the city still quiet in the early light. I thought about all the nights I had spent listening for footsteps, waiting for a voice that did not belong to the living, and I realized that it had changed me in ways I was still trying to understand. I did not feel afraid anymore. I felt aware, like I had seen something most people never would, something that had slipped through the cracks of the world for just a moment. And though it had scared me, though it had left me with questions I would never be able to answer, it had also left me with a kind of clarity. One evening I found an old notebook tucked in the back of a drawer, pages half filled with small observations, sketches of the funeral home, snippets of that song I had tried to write down. I sat down and read through it slowly, letting the memories wash over me without fear. The last page was blank, and I found myself picking up a pen, the weight of it familiar in my hand. I did not write about the fear or the cold or the silence that had lived in those halls. I wrote about the light that came in the morning, the way the sun pushed back the shadows, the way the world kept moving forward, no matter how long the night had been. I closed the notebook and set it aside, a small smile tugging at the corner of my mouth. It felt like a kind of release, like I was finally letting go of something I had been carrying for too long. That night, I slept better than I had in months. My dreams were quiet, filled with the simple comfort of familiar places and gentle voices. When I woke in the morning, I felt lighter, like I had finally stepped out of that long, dark hallway and into the light of day. I never heard the song again. Maybe it had been waiting for me to listen, or maybe it had always been meant for someone else. All I know is that when I think of it now, it does not feel like a threat. It feels like a reminder that there is more to this world than what we can see in the light of day. The funeral home still stands, its old stone walls weathered by the years, the windows dark and watching. I do not know if others will hear what I heard or see what I saw in those quiet halls. But I know that if they do, they will find their own way to carry it, their own way to make peace with the things that slip through the cracks. And as for me, I have made my peace. I have learned that some echoes never really fade, and that is all right. They are part of the world, as much as the dawn and the soft rustle of leaves in the wind. I still pass by the funeral home sometimes, the shape of it familiar in the distance, but I do not stop. I do not need to. I know what lives there, and I know what I carry with me, and that is enough. In the quiet of my own home, in the soft light of the morning, I find a kind of comfort in that, a gentle understanding that even in the darkest corners there is always a way back to the light. We weren't the kind of people who hired strangers off the internet. We were the background check, reference call, ask our neighbors kind of parents. Cautious but not paranoid, realistic. So when my husband's boss invited us to a formal dinner party, something we couldn't say no to, did what we thought was the responsible thing. We found a sitter through a reputable app. She had reviews. 5 stars. A verified profile. 3 families in our neighborhood had apparently used her. And she seemed perfect. Her name was Elle. She arrived at 6:45 p.m., 15 minutes early, wearing a neat blue sweater and jeans, polite but not robotic. Smiled warmly at our daughter, Emma, and crouched to her level to say hello. I liked that. Emma's a shy kid, usually takes a while to warm up, but she gave Elle a little wave almost immediately, which honestly surprised me. I chalked it up to Elle's calm demeanor. She didn't talk down to Emma, just treated her like a person. We gave her the rundown: bedtime at 8:30, snack drawer in the kitchen, emergency numbers on the fridge, and of course, please call us if anything feels off. Elle nodded the whole time, never interrupting. "You can count on me," she said. "I love working with kids this age. They're honest." I remember that word "no honest," how I didn't think anything of it at the time. But it's been echoing in my head for days now, like some kind of code I didn't understand. The night went fine. At least, that's what we thought. We got back around 11. Elle was reading on the couch, soft music playing through the baby monitor, which she'd turned on to listen for Emma. She told us Emma had gone to bed without fuss. Even asked if it was okay that she left a note with some bedtime observations things she noticed about how Emma liked her blanket arranged, which stuffed animal she fell asleep with. "Some kids don't say those things out loud," Elle had said, "but I like paying attention." It felt thoughtful, overkill maybe, but thoughtful. We paid her in cash and walked her out. I remember she didn't say goodbye to Emma, just gave a small wave toward the hallway and said, "Tell her I said sweet dreams." That stuck with me for some reason. I don't know why. The next morning, Emma seemed normal, sleepy, a little groggy, but happy enough. She asked for pancakes and curled up on the couch to watch cartoons while we cleaned up the house. I didn't think about Elle again for a few days. Not until Thursday. I was organizing Emma's playroom, trying to finally go through the toy bins she never touched anymore. I found an old puzzle box under her little table, one I didn't recognize. Inside wasn't a puzzle, though. It was a small spiral notebook. Pink cover, stickers peeling at the edges, her name Emma, scrawled in that uneven handwriting kids have before they really figure out spacing. It was her handwriting. I smiled at first, flipping through it like it would be filled with scribbles or doodles. But it wasn't. It was journaling. Pages and pages of dated entries, all written in that same shaky hand, some words misspelled, others crossed out and corrected like she'd been learning how to write better as she went. Most of it was innocent, stuff about breakfast, cartoons, what she did at preschool. I figured her teacher must have encouraged it. But then I saw the first entry that made my stomach flip. Elle made me eat something funny. It tasted like toothpaste and bread. I stopped flipping. Okay, maybe it was a weird snack. Maybe Elle gave her something she didn't like. Still weird, but not sinister. The next one was dated the same night we were out. She said not to tell Mommy because they wouldn't believe me, but I remember it anyway. That's when my skin crawled. The entry was written in bigger letters, like she was trying harder, like she wanted to make sure someone read it. I turned the page. I don't like when she says goodnight like that. She whispers like someone else is listening. I had to sit down. This wasn't just childhood imagination. This wasn't pretend. I knew my daughter. I knew the way she spoke, the words she used. These were hers. My hands were shaking when I flipped to the next one. She keeps pretending to be you when I'm asleep. She wears your sweater and sits in the dark. I dropped the notebook. I sat there on the floor, staring at it, heart pounding, ears ringing. I didn't know what to think, what to do. Call the police, call the app, call my husband. Was it a joke? A prank? But who would do that? And why? And then I remembered something. That night, when we came home, the sweater I'd planned to wear to the dinner party was missing. I'd blamed myself, assumed I'd left it at work, or shoved it in the laundry. I wore a different one. But now I wasn't so sure. I waited until Emma went to bed before showing it to my husband. He read it silently, didn't say anything until he finished. Do we still have her number? I opened the app, pulled up her profile. It was gone. No history, no review, no confirmation of the booking, like we'd never hired her at all. We tried calling the emergency number listed on the fridge, the one she'd written down. It rang once, then went straight to a disconnect message. We called the company's support line. They confirmed a sitter had been booked under the name LM, but when they cross-referenced the phone number and email, it came up flagged. Not banned, flagged. I asked what that meant. The woman on the phone paused. That's something we pass along to the authorities. I asked who she really was, and the woman said something that chilled me more than anything else. We can't tell you who she was, but I can tell you who she wasn't. Her real name, the identity attached to those glowing reviews, belonged to a woman reported missing 6 months ago in another state. A woman who'd vanished while working as a nanny. The police said they'd look into it, but it's been 4 days now. And last night, Emma woke up crying. I went in to check on her, asked what was wrong. She looked at me half asleep and said, "Why are you calling yourself Mommy again?" I haven't slept since. I didn't sleep that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I kept hearing Emma's voice. "Why are you calling yourself Mommy again?" I kept replaying it in my head, trying to convince myself she'd just been dreaming. Kids say weird things when they're half asleep, right? I'd read enough parenting forums to know imagination can get tangled with dreams. But the way she said it, the way her brow furrowed, the way she looked at me, confused but not scared, that part didn't feel like a dream. It felt like memory. In the morning, she acted like nothing happened. She was chatty, normal. She asked for waffles, drew pictures of our cat with stars around his head. When I asked how she slept, she just shrugged and said okay, like she didn't even remember waking up. But I remembered, and I couldn't stop thinking about that notebook. I told my husband we needed to talk to someone more than just the police or the app support line. I wanted answers. Not canned apologies, not vague promises to investigate. I wanted someone to believe what I felt in my bones. That whoever had been in our house wasn't who she said she was. And she'd been playing a part. That evening, while Emma napped, I went online and started doing my own digging. The app still had a profile for the real LM, the one who'd gone missing. There were cached reviews from other families, all dated before she vanished, all glowing. I clicked through some of the usernames who'd left reviews, hoping one might be a real person. Something more than just a generic user, 1088. Finally, I found one that looked legit, a mom from a suburb 2 hours away. She had a public blog linked in her profile. Her name was Megan, and she'd posted a heartfelt entry about the real Elle going missing, how Elle had been her go-to babysitter for almost a year, how she vanished after taking a job for a new family one weekend. The police had found her car, purse still inside. The house she was supposed to sit at had been vacant. I sat there staring at the screen, stomach flipping. Whoever had been in my home wasn't just using a fake identity. She was using the identity of someone gone, and somehow she knew enough to act just like her. I took a screenshot of the blog post, then scrolled down. Megan had included a few photos of Elle smiling, holding a toddler, crouching next to a sandbox. And it hit me like a punch. It wasn't the same woman who came to our house. Not even close. Different face, different build, different everything. So who the hell was she? I couldn't sit still. I printed the screenshots, grabbed the notebook, and drove straight to the police station. I asked to speak to the same officer who'd taken our initial statement. They said he was off duty, but would leave a note. I left the printouts, the blog, everything. When I asked if they'd follow up with the missing persons case, they told me that case had been transferred to another jurisdiction, and there's only so much they can do unless a crime had occurred in our county. I don't know what I expected. Maybe I thought someone would take the notebook seriously, that they'd read Emma's words and feel what I felt, that creeping unease, that sense that something had been done to her, or at least near her. Instead, they photocopied it and handed the original back like it was a school assignment. That night, my husband and I sat on the couch after Emma went to bed. We didn't speak for a long time, just stared at the baby monitor, even though she was fast asleep. I think we need to talk to a child psychologist, I finally said. He nodded slowly. You think she's been traumatized? I don't know. I don't think she understands it like that. But something happened, something weird, and it's not going away. He rubbed his face. What do we even say? Our babysitter might have been someone impersonating a missing woman, and now our kid thinks she's still in the house. I didn't laugh, neither did he. We both knew it didn't sound right, but it felt true. The next day, Emma said something else. We were coloring together, just the two of us. She was drawing what looked like a stick figure inside a house. I asked her who it was. That's Elle, she said without looking up. I froze. Elle's not here anymore, sweetie. She tilted her head. She comes back sometimes. I tried to keep my voice steady. What do you mean? Emma picked up a red crayon and started coloring big looping circles around the stick figure's head. When I'm asleep, she talks to me. She tells me you used to be her. I couldn't speak. I didn't want to push, but I had to ask. What does that mean, baby? Emma shrugged. She says I'm hers now. I excused myself to the bathroom and sat on the toilet lid, gripping the edge of the sink, trying not to cry. That night, I went through the house top to bottom. I checked every closet, every crawl space. I opened the attic, even though I hate that narrow pull-down ladder. Nothing. No signs of entry, no tampered windows, no missing items. Except one thing. A tiny pair of socks that weren't Emma's, stuffed deep inside the bottom of her toy bin, beneath the dolls and puzzles and plastic food. They were child-sized, old, faded pink with little ruffles. Not ours. Not bought by us. Not from any set I remembered. I took them to the police the next morning. The woman at the front desk gave me a look like I was spiraling. Maybe I was. "Ma'am, do you want to file another report?" she asked. I just stood there holding the socks in a Ziploc bag. "Do you keep records of fingerprints?" She nodded slowly. "If there's an investigation, was there a break-in?" "No," I said quietly, "not a break-in. Just a break. In reality. In trust. In whatever thin line separates normal from wrong." Later that afternoon, Emma started crying during her nap. I ran in, heart pounding. She wasn't in bed. She was sitting on the floor holding that notebook. I hadn't seen her touch it in days. She looked up at me, tears on her cheeks. "She wants you to stop calling me Emma." My blood turned to ice. "What does she want to call you?" Emma held the notebook to her chest and whispered one word. "Lila." That wasn't her name. But it was the name of the missing babysitter, the real Elle's last client. I had seen it once. Buried in the last post on Megan's blog. Lila Harper, age 5. Gone without a trace. I stood there in Emma's doorway, frozen. The word echoed inside me like it had weight. Lila. It didn't belong in our house. It didn't belong in my daughter's mouth. She couldn't have known it. Wouldn't have known it. I knelt down slowly, trying to stay calm. "Where did you hear that name, baby?" Emma wiped her nose with her sleeve, eyes wide and shiny. She told me. I hesitated. "Who told you, sweetie?" She looked down at the notebook she was still holding tight against her chest, like it was a shield. Elle. I reached forward and gently took the notebook from her. She didn't resist. I flipped through it. No new entries, just the ones I'd read before. Still the same pages that made my stomach twist. Still that shaky, innocent handwriting telling stories no 5-year-old should ever be able to write. "I don't want her to come back," Emma whispered. The worst part was that I didn't know what she meant by that. Did she mean a dream, a game, a memory, a hallucination? I wanted to believe it was imagination, the way any mom would, that she'd overheard me talking about the case and pieced together some story. But it didn't fit. Emma had never heard the name Lila. I never said it out loud. Not to her, not even to my husband. That night, I couldn't sit still. I waited until my husband was asleep, then got out of bed and went into the kitchen. I brought the laptop with me and opened Megan's blog again. I reread everything, this time slower, hunting for details I might have skimmed over before. She'd written that Lila had vanished from a house during the babysitting weekend. The parents had gone away overnight. Elle had been watching the child. When they came back, Elle was gone. The front door was unlocked. The house was spotless. No signs of struggle. Lila's room looked like she'd never been there. No fingerprints, no footprints, just silence. And then I saw it, a sentence I'd missed before, maybe because it hadn't meant anything at the time. Lila's favorite thing was drawing suns with faces. We still find them around the house sometimes. My heart sank. I stood up slowly, left the laptop on the counter, and walked toward Emma's room. I didn't want to wake her, but I needed to see something. I opened the door quietly. She was asleep, breathing soft and steady. I tiptoed to her art desk and pulled out her sketchbook. I flipped through page after page. Sun with a smile, sun with a frown, sun with big eyes and red cheeks. Over and over, the same face, the same thick rays. Emma had never drawn suns like that before. I would have noticed. I backed out of the room, shutting the door gently, trying not to panic. I wanted to call someone, scream, do something. But who would I even call? The police already thought I was spiraling. And maybe I was. But I wasn't wrong. The next morning, I asked Emma what she dreamed about. She looked up from her cereal and said, "We were playing in the basement." I blinked. "We don't go in the basement, baby. It's full of boxes." "I know," she said simply, but it was different. She made it bigger. "She who?" Emma shrugged. "The other mommy." I felt dizzy. After I dropped her off at preschool, I went home and opened the basement door. I hadn't been down there in months. We mostly kept old furniture and out-of-season clothes down there. It smelled musty, like cardboard and cement, but it felt colder than usual. I stood at the bottom of the stairs and turned on the light. It flickered for a second, then stayed on. Everything looked normal. Stacks of boxes, old coat racks, bins of baby clothes. Nothing strange. Until I turned around to go back up. There were drawings on the wall. Crayon, faint and scrawled. 3 stick figures, a woman, a little girl, and a third shape, larger, with long arms and no face. I stepped closer. Beneath the drawing, in barely legible letters, were 2 words. Not you. I dropped my phone. I don't remember going back upstairs. I don't remember shutting the door. But the next thing I knew, I was in the kitchen again, standing over the sink, breathing hard and gripping the edge of the counter like it was the only thing keeping me upright. I called the preschool, told them I was picking Emma up early. When I got there, she was fine, happy. She ran to me like nothing was wrong. "Can we get a snack?" she asked, her voice light. We drove in silence. When we got home, I watched her like a hawk. At one point, she walked over to her dollhouse and started whispering to her dolls. "What are you saying?" I asked from across the room. "Nothing," she said. "Just asking if Elle's still here." I crouched down beside her. "Emma, sweetie, why do you think Elle is here?" She paused, then looked at me in a way that made my skin crawl. "Because she keeps trying to wear your face." My mouth went dry. I didn't know what to say. That night, I asked my husband to sleep in Emma's room. I told him it was just for comfort, that she'd been having bad dreams. I didn't tell him what she'd said. Not yet. I stayed up, pacing the hallway. Around 3 in the morning, I heard whispering. I crept to Emma's door and pressed my ear against it. Silence. Then, soft, high-pitched humming. I cracked the door open. Emma was asleep. My husband was too. But the baby monitor, the one on the dresser, still turned on, was blinking. I picked it up, took it to the living room, turned up the volume. Whispers. Too quiet to make out, but not Emma's voice, and not mine. I played it back. There it was again. She's still trying to remember who she is. I dropped the monitor. It cracked on the floor, screen going black. And when I looked up just for a second, I saw my reflection in the window. But it wasn't doing what I was doing. It was smiling. The worst part about realizing something is wrong in your own home is that you stop trusting the walls, the doorknobs, the mirrors, the silence between sounds. It's like the house knows, and it's waiting for you to admit it too. After I saw my reflection smile when I didn't, I backed away from the window like it could reach through the glass. My legs felt rubbery. I dropped onto the couch and stared at the blank TV screen, trying to breathe normally. Inhale, exhale. You're just tired, I told myself. It's stress. You've been on edge since Emma said that name. That's all. But in the back of my mind, I knew. There are certain things a 5-year-old doesn't make up, especially not over and over, especially not names she never should have heard, especially not sentences like, "She keeps trying to wear your face." I picked up the baby monitor off the floor and turned it back on. It was dead. Not low battery, just dead. No blinking light, no static, nothing. It had been plugged in all day. The next morning I went into the basement with gloves and a flashlight. I didn't tell my husband. I told Emma she wasn't allowed down there anymore. She didn't ask why. She just nodded and kept coloring in her notebook. Not the one I found in the toy box, a new one. This one was purple, and I hadn't bought it. I crouched at the bottom of the basement steps and examined the wall with the crayon drawing. I rubbed at the stick figures with a towel. They smudged, faint but real, not just imagination. Someone had drawn them, and not recently. I started checking every corner of the basement. Nothing, until I opened the storage cabinet under the stairs. It was a small crawl space, too small for an adult to get inside, but just enough space for a child, or for someone curled up tightly. I don't know what I expected to find. Maybe I hoped it'd be empty. It wasn't. There were scraps of fabric in the back corner, bits of yarn, a cracked plastic mirror propped up with books. One of the books had been torn apart. Another had handwriting inside. Child's handwriting. "I miss my name. She said I was her favorite. She said I'd be safe in the walls." I didn't cry. I wanted to, but I didn't. I took photos of everything, sent them to a burner email I created on the spot. I don't know why, just in case, for documentation, so if something happened to me, someone would know. I tried calling the police again that afternoon, but the officer who came by didn't even come inside. I explained everything: the notebook, the name Lila, the basement, the drawing, the babysitter who wasn't who she said she was, and he just nodded like he was ticking off boxes in his head. Said without a crime or threat, there wasn't much to do. I asked if they'd followed up on the identity of the fake L. He said the case was still open, and they'd be in touch. Then he told me I should get some rest. That night, I pulled out old baby videos of Emma on my phone, ones from before that night, when things still made sense. I just wanted to hear her voice, remind myself of the real version of her. Not the one who whispered about other mommies or saw things in dreams. But as I was scrolling, I found something else. A video I didn't remember recording. It was dated the night we hired Elle. The thumbnail was dark, but I recognized the room Emma's. I played it. The camera was facing the ceiling, soundless at first, then a soft creaking. A figure walked past the camera, bare feet, long pants. Then the whispering started. Not Emma, not me, not anyone I recognized. The voice was soft and low, feminine, but not gentle. Do you know who you are? Say it. Say your name. Then silence. A tiny voice. Emma's voice. Lila. The video ended. I stared at the screen so long it dimmed. When I turned it back on, the video was gone. I checked my recently deleted folder. Empty. I checked my cloud backup. Nothing. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in the hallway outside Emma's room, back against the wall, holding the broken baby monitor in my lap like it might start working again. Around 3 a.m., I heard her talking in her sleep. I crawled to the door and pressed my ear against it. Just her voice. Whispers. But she wasn't alone. Two voices, hers and someone else's. I opened the door. She was sitting upright in bed, eyes closed, whispering to the empty air in front of her. Her hands were resting in her lap, calm, too calm. Emma, I said softly. She didn't answer. I stepped closer. Emma, honey. Her eyes snapped open. She blinked at me, confused. Where'd she go? Who, baby? She looked around the room, her mouth trembling. She was here. I pulled her into my arms. Her skin was cold, not sweaty, not flushed, just cold. She cried for a few minutes, but never told me anything else. Just kept saying she was here over and over. The next morning, she didn't remember. Said she slept fine. Said she hadn't had any dreams. But I saw the way she avoided the hallway mirror, the way she glanced over her shoulder while brushing her teeth. She remembered. She just didn't want to talk about it. And honestly, neither did I. Not until later that night when I found the photo. It was tucked inside one of the picture frames on the living room shelf. A new photo. Not printed, not developed. Just a plain sheet of paper with an image printed on it in grainy black and white. It was our living room. Me and Emma sitting on the couch. Except I wasn't facing the camera. And Emma wasn't looking at me. She was looking behind me. And in the far corner of the room, where the shadows met the wall, was the shape of a woman, watching us. I sat there staring at the photo for what felt like forever. My hands wouldn't stop trembling, and the edge of the paper curled slightly where my fingers gripped too tight. I studied every inch of it, the couch, the throw pillows, the faint blur of Emma's hand as she reached for something, but I kept coming back to the corner. That shape. It wasn't a shadow, not exactly. It had form, shoulders, maybe, the outline of long hair, like someone standing just out of focus, barely real, but still there, watching. I checked the timestamp printed at the bottom of the page. It wasn't a time I remembered anyone taking a picture. No visitors, no phone in sight. But it lined up almost to the minute with the night I sat up with Emma, the night I thought I heard her talking in her sleep, the night I thought we were alone. I took the photo and shoved it deep in the drawer of the hallway table, under old birthday cards and appliance manuals. Out of sight. That would be enough, I thought. If I didn't see it, maybe it wouldn't be real. The next morning, Emma asked if she could sleep in my bed that night. "Why, baby?" I asked, trying to keep my voice light. She looked at her cereal. "I don't want her to come into my room again." I didn't answer. I just kissed the top of her head and said, "Okay." That day I called in sick to work, said I had a migraine. My boss barely listened before approving the day off. I think my voice scared her. I needed time to think, to breathe, to figure out if I was losing my mind or if something had really taken root in our house. I spent most of the morning searching through old receipts, documents, anything I could find from the night we hired Elle. But nothing lined up. No payment history, no messages, no ride requests, no trace of her profile. Even the confirmation email I know I received was gone from my inbox. Just a gap where a date should have been. Like she was never there. And then I remembered something. The doorbell camera. We'd only installed it 2 months ago. Motion activated. Stored footage for 30 days unless manually downloaded. It had a small, glitchy interface, but it worked. I opened the app and scrolled back to the night she arrived. It took a while. The footage had gaps, weird skips, almost like pieces had been deliberately removed. But then, at 6:45 p.m., there she was, standing on our porch. Same sweater, same polite smile, her hand raised in a friendly wave. But as the video played, I noticed something I hadn't before. Her reflection in the glass. It didn't move, not even slightly. While she waved and smiled and tucked hair behind her ear, the reflection stood frozen, arms at her side, face blank. I felt something tighten in my chest. I paused the video and stared at the screen. Screenshot. Saved it to my phone. I didn't know what I was going to do with it, but I needed proof. I needed to remind myself this was happening. That night, I let Emma sleep in our bed. I read her a story, kissed her forehead, and waited until she fell asleep. I stayed up with the lights on, pretending to read, pretending everything was fine. It wasn't. At 3:14 a.m., the lights flickered. Not off, just dimmed, like someone was playing with the voltage. I held my breath. Then came the creak of a floorboard. Not in our room. From Emma's. I got up slowly, careful not to wake her, and stepped into the hallway. The door to her room was half open, swaying just slightly like it had been touched. I didn't go in. I couldn't. I stood there frozen, listening to the faintest sound. Breathing. Not mine. Not hers. Just breathing. I backed away and shut our bedroom door, wedging a chair under the knob like they do in movies. It didn't feel ridiculous. It felt necessary. I didn't sleep. The next morning, I found another drawing in Emma's room. Not in her sketchbook. This one was taped to the back of her door. 3 figures again. But this time, the stick figure meant to be me had no face. No eyes, no mouth, just an empty circle. When I asked Emma who drew it, she didn't answer. She just whispered. She said if I don't play right, she'll make me stay. That day, I packed a bag. I called my sister and told her we were coming for a visit, a long one. I didn't explain. She didn't ask. Maybe she heard something in my voice. Maybe she already knew something was wrong. Before we left, I went into the basement one last time. The drawings on the wall were gone, but in their place, in red marker, was a sentence. You can go, but she stays. I grabbed Emma and left the house without looking back. We've been staying at my sister's place ever since. Emma's sleeping through the night again. No drawings, no whispers, no dreams about Elle. But last night my sister found Emma in the hallway, sitting in the dark. She asked her what she was doing. Emma said, waiting for Mommy. My sister said, but your Mommy's right here. And Emma looked up and said, not that Mommy. I don't know what I've brought with us, but I don't think it stayed in the house. I didn't know what closure looked like anymore. After 3 weeks at my sister's, I was still waking up at 3 a.m., sitting straight up in bed like my body had memorized something I hadn't agreed to. Emma at least seemed better. Her appetite returned. The circles under her eyes faded, but every now and then she would pause mid-play and look at nothing for a few seconds too long, like she was remembering something and trying to forget it at the same time. I wanted to believe we were safe now, but safety started to feel like a story I told myself at night. I had done what any rational person would do. I left the house, protected my kid, reported everything. And still, I couldn't shake the weight of it. The idea that something had sunk its claws into our lives and didn't want to let go. So I went back. Not for long, just a few hours. I needed to see it again, not in my memory, but in daylight. I asked my sister to take Emma to the park and drove to our house with a pit in my stomach. The yard looked normal, lawn dry from early spring, newspapers stacked on the porch, the welcome mat still crooked. But the second I walked in, I knew no one had been inside. And yet, it didn't feel empty. I walked from room to room. My feet were almost silent on the hardwood, but the house groaned in the kind of way that makes you feel like you're not alone. I didn't bring boxes or trash bags. I wasn't there to pack. I needed answers, or at least a thread to tug at. I started in Emma's room. Her sheets were still tangled from the last night we'd slept there. I touched the edge of her pillow, cold. In the closet, I found the sketchbooks again. She hadn't brought them to my sister's, I made sure of that. They were stacked neatly, too neatly. I opened one. Every page was covered in suns. Hundreds of them, each slightly different, some frowning, some smiling, some with hollow eyes. The last page stopped me. It was a drawing of 3 stick figures. Again, but this time there were names written in shaky, blocky letters beneath each one. Mommy, Emma, her, and above them, a sentence. She said she was lonely before. I closed the book and set it down. My hands were sweating. I didn't feel watched, not exactly, but I felt noticed, like the house remembered me, like it was waiting to see what I'd do next. I headed downstairs to the basement. I wasn't even scared anymore. I just felt tired. The cabinet under the stairs still creaked the same way. The crawl space still smelled of dust and something slightly sweet like old perfume or dried flowers. But the mirror inside, the little plastic one that had been propped up with books, it was shattered. In the center of the broken glass, written in red marker across the largest shard, was a word. Mine. I backed out, slowly, carefully, heart pounding. Upstairs again, I stood in the living room, trying to remember if there was something I missed. That's when I noticed it. The framed photo on the shelf, the one of me, Emma, and my husband at the beach, was wrong. I'd looked at it 100 times, but now there was something in the background, barely visible, behind us. A woman, out of focus, watching. I took the frame off the shelf and turned it over. Behind the photo, tucked into the backing, was a folded piece of paper. I opened it slowly. It was a birth certificate, not Emma's. It was for a girl named Lila Harper, born 5 years ago. Same birthday as Emma. The address listed under place of birth was ours. The handwriting on the line that said mother had been scratched out, but I could still make out the first few letters. L. I left the house. I didn't pack a single thing. I went straight to the police station and handed over the certificate, the photo, the sketchbook page. I told them everything. Again, this time they listened. A detective followed up with the babysitting agency. They finally acknowledged that the L who showed up at our house used stolen credentials. An open investigation was already underway. It turned out I wasn't the only parent who had reported strange behavior, but no one had gone as far as I had. No one else had the drawings, the photo, the fingerprints on the broken mirror they'd eventually dust. They asked me to take Emma in for a forensic interview. She didn't talk much, but when they asked her who Elle was, she said something I'll never forget. She told me she used to be mommy, but she wasn't good at it. The therapist's face didn't even change. She just nodded. Emma's statement was enough to flag the case as a high priority. More digging turned up 2 more families in nearby towns with similar stories. Notes, photos, weird entries in kids' diaries. One even had a video, shaky and dim, of a woman crawling out of a child's closet before quickly retreating when the light flipped on. And the woman always looked just a little different. But the smile was always the same. We don't live in that house anymore. We moved 2 states away. My husband got a new job. Emma started kindergarten under a new name. We don't talk about Elle, not in front of her, not even between ourselves, really. But the house? It was condemned last month. The new buyers backed out after renovations started. The contractor reported something unusual in the walls. Bones. Small ones. And behind a sealed panel in the basement, they found a child's bed. covered in sun drawings. The DNA is still being tested. They suspect it might be Lila, or maybe someone else. Maybe there was more than one. But for me, the scariest part wasn't the bones. It wasn't even the secret room or the forged identities. It was the notebook they found tucked under the mattress. Same pink cover. Inside, the first page had 5 words, written in a new, careful hand. She said I could stay. I never want to know what that meant. Some stories don't need sequels. Some things should stay buried. We had only been in the new house for a few weeks when the drawing showed up. It was a quiet cul-de-sac in Birmingham, the kind of place where neighbors wave from their driveways and kids ride bikes until the streetlights flicker on. Our daughter Ellie had already made a few friends, and one of them was a boy named Callum. He lived 2 doors down and had a habit of sketching houses in the neighborhood. It was his thing. Every few days he would hand someone a crayon drawing of their home, complete with stick figures and smiling suns. It was sweet, really. A little odd, maybe, but harmless. One afternoon, Ellie came home with a folded piece of paper. "Callum drew our house," she said, holding it out with a grin. I unfolded it, expecting the usual childlike scrawl, and it was, mostly. The red brick facade, the white door, the 2 front windows. Even the garden gnome we had inherited from the previous owners was there, standing sentinel by the walkway. But then I noticed the attic window. It was small, tucked beneath the sloping roof, and in the drawing it was shaded dark. Inside a figure stood, not a stick figure like the rest, but a tall, thin shape with glowing eyes. 2 bright circles staring out from the blackness. I frowned. "Ellie, did Callum say anything about this?" She shrugged. "He said it's the man who sleeps up there. He watches you." A chill ran down my spine. Our attic window doesn't face the street. It's on the side of the house overlooking the backyard. From the front, it's not visible at all. For Callum to draw it, he'd have to know what it looked like. He'd have to have seen it from inside. That night, I mentioned it to my husband, Mark. "Probably just his imagination," he said, trying to sound reassuring. "Kids make stuff up all the time." "Maybe," I replied, but the unease lingered. The next day, I decided to talk to Callum's mother, Sarah. We had exchanged pleasantries before, but this was the first time I approached her with concern. "Hi, Sarah," I began. "I wanted to ask you about Callum's drawings." She smiled warmly. "Oh yes, he's always been into art. Loves drawing houses." "I noticed he drew our attic window," I said carefully. "It's not visible from the street." Her smile faltered. "Well, he has a vivid imagination. Sometimes he adds things that aren't there." "Did he ever mention being inside our house?" She shook her head. "No, I don't think so. Why?" I hesitated. "He said there's a man who sleeps in our attic, that he watches us." Sarah's expression turned serious. "I'm sorry. That does sound unsettling. I'll talk to him." I thanked her and left, feeling no more at ease than before. That evening I decided to check the attic. The entrance was a pull-down ladder in the hallway ceiling. I climbed up, flashlight in hand, and pushed open the hatch. The attic was empty, just as we had left it. A few boxes, some old furniture, and a layer of dust covering everything. No signs of anyone living there. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Over the next few days, I tried to put it out of my mind, but then strange things started happening. I would find the attic hatch slightly ajar, even though I was sure I had closed it. Items in the house seemed to move on their own. A book left on the coffee table would be on the floor the next morning. The kitchen light would be on when I was certain I had turned it off. One night, I woke up to the sound of footsteps above us. Mark was asleep beside me, and Ellie was in her room. I held my breath, listening. The footsteps were slow, deliberate, moving across the attic floor. I nudged Mark awake. "Do you hear that?" He listened, then shook his head, probably the house settling. "No," I insisted, "it's footsteps." He sighed and got out of bed. "I'll check." I followed him to the hallway. He pulled down the ladder and climbed up, flashlight in hand. "Nothing up here," he called down after a few minutes. "Just the usual stuff." I still felt uneasy. The next morning, I found another drawing on our doorstep. It was of our house again, but this time, the figure in the attic window was larger, more detailed. The glowing eyes were more pronounced, and the figure's hand was pressed against the glass. I showed it to Mark. "This is getting creepy," he admitted. "Maybe we should install some cameras." We set up a security system, placing cameras around the house and one in the attic. That night, we monitored the feeds from our phones. Around 2 a.m, the attic camera picked up movement. A shadow passed across the screen, then disappeared. Mark grabbed a baseball bat and headed for the attic. I followed, heart pounding. He climbed up and shone the flashlight around. "Nothing," he said, but the camera picked up something. We reviewed the footage again. The shadow was there, unmistakable. We called the police. An officer arrived and inspected the attic. He found no signs of forced entry, no evidence of anyone living there. "Could be a glitch in the camera," he suggested. But we knew what we saw. The next day, I spoke to Sarah again. "Has Callum said anything else about the man in our attic?" She looked uncomfortable. "He mentioned that the man is sad, that he watches because he's lonely." I felt a shiver run through me. "Does he say where he comes from?" She hesitated. "Callum says he was here before your family moved in." That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the figure in the attic, the glowing eyes, the sense of being watched. I decided to go up there one more time. I climbed the ladder, flashlight in hand, and looked around. In the corner, I noticed something I hadn't seen before. A small, childlike drawing on the wall. It was of our house, with the attic window shaded dark, and inside the figure with glowing eyes. Beneath it, in a child's handwriting, were the words, "He watches because he's lonely." I stared at it, heart pounding. Who had drawn this? When? I climbed down and closed the hatch, making sure it was secure. But I couldn't shake the feeling that we were not alone. The morning after discovering the drawing in the attic, I couldn't shake the unease that had settled in my chest. The figure with glowing eyes, the child's handwriting, "He watches because he's lonely," it all felt too deliberate, too personal. I decided to take a day off work to clear my head and perhaps find some rational explanation. I spent the morning researching the history of our house. The local library had archives of property records and old newspapers. I hoped to find anything that could shed light on the strange occurrences. The librarian, a kind elderly woman named Margaret, helped me navigate the dusty files. After hours of sifting through documents, I found a newspaper article from decades ago. It detailed a tragic incident. A man named Thomas lived in our house and was found dead in the attic. The article mentioned that he was a recluse, rarely seen by neighbors, and had no known family. The cause of death was listed as natural causes, but the circumstances were odd. He had been dead for weeks before anyone noticed. I felt a chill run down my spine. Could this be the man Callum referred to? The one who sleeps up there and watches us? I photocopied the article and took it home. That evening, I showed the article to Mark. He read it silently, his brow furrowed. "This is unsettling," he admitted, "but it was a long time ago. Maybe it's just a coincidence." "Maybe," I replied, though I wasn't convinced. We decided to talk to Callum again. Perhaps he knew more than he let on. The next day, we invited him over for some lemonade and biscuits. He arrived, cheerful as ever, clutching his sketch pad. "Callum," I began gently, "can you tell us more about the man in the attic?" He looked up, his expression serious. "He's always there. He watches because he's lonely." "How do you know he's there?" Mark asked. Callum shrugged. "He told me." Mark and I exchanged glances. "He spoke to you?" Callum nodded. "In my dreams. He says he used to live here and misses it." I felt a lump form in my throat. Did he say his name? Callum thought for a moment. "Thomas." That was the name from the article. I felt the blood drain from my face. "Thank you, Callum," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "That's very helpful." After Callum left, Mark and I sat in silence. "This is getting too strange," he said finally. "Maybe we should have the house blessed or something." I nodded. "It's worth a try." We contacted a local priest, Father Andrew, who agreed to come by the next day. He arrived with a calm demeanor and listened patiently as we recounted the events. "I've dealt with similar situations," he said. "Sometimes spirits linger due to unresolved matters. A blessing might help." He walked through the house, sprinkling holy water and reciting prayers. When he reached the attic, he paused. "This place feels heavy," he murmured, "as if someone is still holding on." He performed a more thorough blessing in the attic, then turned to us. "I suggest you speak to him," he said. "Let him know it's time to move on." That night, I stood in the attic, heart pounding. "Thomas," I said aloud, "I know you used to live here, but it's time to rest. You don't have to watch over us anymore." The air felt still, almost expectant. I waited, but nothing happened. Over the next few days, the strange occurrences ceased. The attic hatch remained closed, and there were no more drawings. I began to relax, thinking perhaps the blessing had worked. Then, one morning, I found a new drawing on our doorstep. It was our house again, but this time the figure in the attic was smiling. The glowing eyes were softer, and beneath the drawing were the words, "Thank you." I showed it to Mark, who smiled. "Maybe he just needed to be acknowledged," he said. I nodded, feeling a sense of peace. From that day on, there were no more disturbances. The house felt lighter, more welcoming. Callum continued to draw, but his sketches were now of gardens and sunny days. Life returned to normal, and I often thought of Thomas, hoping he had found the rest he deserved. After the blessing, things seemed to settle. The house felt lighter, and the oppressive atmosphere that had lingered since we moved in began to dissipate. Mark and I started to relax, believing that perhaps the spirit of Thomas had finally found peace. Ellie returned to her cheerful self, and even Callum's drawings took on a more vibrant tone, depicting sunny days and playful scenes. But peace, as we soon discovered, was fleeting. One evening, as I was preparing dinner, Ellie approached me with a concerned expression. "Mom," she said, "Callum gave me another drawing today." I dried my hands and took the paper from her. It was our house again, but this time the figure in the attic window was different. The glowing eyes were gone, replaced by a dark, featureless silhouette. Beneath the drawing, in Callum's neat handwriting, were the words, "He's not alone." A chill ran down my spine. "Did Callum say anything else?" I asked. Ellie nodded. "He said the man has a friend now, someone who doesn't like us." That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept replaying Callum's words in my mind. Who was this new presence, and why did it feel so menacing? The next morning, I decided to speak with Sarah again. She greeted me warmly, but her smile faded when I mentioned the new drawing. "Callum's been having nightmares," she admitted. "He talks in his sleep, says things about shadows and whispers. I've been meaning to talk to you about it." I shared my concerns, and we agreed to keep a closer eye on the children. Days passed, and the atmosphere in our home grew tense once more. Strange occurrences resumed. Objects moved on their own, cold spots appeared in rooms, and the unsettling feeling of being watched returned. One afternoon, while cleaning the attic, I discovered something peculiar. Hidden beneath a loose floorboard was an old dusty journal. Its pages were yellowed with age, and the handwriting was elegant and precise. As I flipped through the pages, I realized it belonged to Thomas. He wrote about his loneliness, his longing for companionship, and his belief that the house was alive, watching him. But towards the end, the entries took a darker turn. He mentioned a presence, a shadow that whispered to him, urging him to do unspeakable things. I felt a knot form in my stomach. That evening, I shared the journal with Mark. He read it silently, his brow furrowed. "This shadow," he said, "it might be what's causing all of this." We decided to consult Father Andrew again. He listened intently as we recounted the recent events and examined the journal. "This is troubling," he said. "It seems Thomas wasn't just haunted by loneliness, but by something malevolent, a dark entity that may still reside in your home." He suggested a more thorough cleansing of the house, one that would require preparation and spiritual fortitude. In the days leading up to the cleansing, the disturbances intensified. Ellie began sleepwalking, often found standing beneath the attic hatch, staring upward. Mark started experiencing vivid nightmares, waking up drenched in sweat and gasping for air. The night before the cleansing, I awoke to a faint whispering. I followed the sound to the attic, where I found the hatch slightly ajar. Summoning my courage, I climbed the ladder and peeked inside. The attic was dark, but in the corner I saw two figures. One was the familiar silhouette of Thomas, his form faint and translucent. The other was a darker, more solid shadow, its presence oppressive and cold. They turned to face me, and I felt a wave of fear wash over me. The dark figure stepped forward, and I quickly retreated, slamming the hatch shut. The next day, Father Andrew arrived with 2 fellow priests. They conducted a thorough cleansing, reciting prayers and sprinkling holy water in every room. The atmosphere grew tense, and at one point, a loud crash echoed from the attic. After the ritual, Father Andrew approached us. "The dark presence has been weakened," he said, "but it's not gone. It feeds on fear and negativity. You must remain vigilant and keep your home filled with light and love." We took his advice to heart. We filled our home with laughter, music, and warmth. We spent more time together as a family, creating positive memories to counteract the darkness. Over time, the disturbances lessened. Callum's drawings returned to their cheerful nature, and the oppressive atmosphere lifted. But every so often, I catch a glimpse of a shadow in the corner of my eye, or hear a faint whisper in the night. I know the darkness still lingers, waiting for a moment of weakness. And so, we remain vigilant, determined to protect our home and each other from the shadows that dwell within. The days following the second cleansing were quiet, almost unnaturally so. The house felt still, as if it were holding its breath. Mark and I tried to resume our normal routines, but a lingering unease clung to us. Ellie, however, seemed unaffected, her laughter echoing through the halls as she played with her toys. One afternoon, as I was tidying up the living room, I noticed a new drawing pinned to the refrigerator. It was another of Callum's creations, depicting our house once more. But this time the attic window was empty. No figures, no glowing eyes, just a blank pane of glass. Beneath the drawing, in Callum's neat handwriting, were the words, "He left." I felt a wave of relief wash over me. Perhaps the second cleansing had worked. Maybe Thomas had finally found peace. That evening I decided to bake a batch of cookies and invite Sarah and Callum over for tea. As we sat around the kitchen table, the children playing nearby, I brought up the drawing. "Callum said the man left," I mentioned, trying to sound casual. Sarah nodded. "Yes, he told me the same. Said the man found a new home." "A new home?" I asked, puzzled. She hesitated. "He said the man moved into someone else's attic." I felt a chill run down my spine. Did he say whose? Sarah shook her head. "No, just that it was someone nearby." The conversation shifted to lighter topics, but I couldn't shake the unease that settled over me. That night, as I lay in bed, I stared at the ceiling, wondering who the new occupant of the attic might be. The following morning, I received a call from our neighbor, Mrs. Thompson. She sounded distressed. "Have you noticed anything strange lately?" she asked. I hesitated. "What do you mean?" "Odd noises, things moving on their own. My attic light keeps flickering, and I swear I hear footsteps up there at night." A knot formed in my stomach. "Have you checked the attic?" "Yes, but there's nothing there. Just old boxes and dust." I considered telling her about Thomas, but decided against it. Instead, I suggested she have her house blessed, just in case. Over the next few days, more neighbors reported similar occurrences: flickering lights, unexplained noises, and a general sense of unease. It seemed the presence had indeed moved on, but not far. One evening, as I was preparing dinner, Ellie approached me with a concerned expression. "Mom, Callum gave me another drawing." I took the paper from her and unfolded it. It was our street, each house meticulously drawn. In the attic window of each house, a small, dark figure stood. Beneath the drawing were the words, "He visits everyone now." I felt a cold sweat break out on my forehead. The presence hadn't just moved, it was spreading. That night, I couldn't sleep. I sat in the living room, the lights on, listening for any unusual sounds. Around midnight, I heard a faint creaking noise coming from the attic. I held my breath, straining to hear more. The creaking continued, slow and deliberate. I woke Mark, and together we climbed the ladder to the attic. The space was empty, just as before, but the air felt heavy, charged with an unseen energy. We decided to consult Father Andrew once more. He arrived the next day, concern etched on his face. "This is unusual," he admitted. "Spirits don't typically move from house to house like this." "Is there anything we can do?" I asked. He nodded. "We can perform a neighborhood cleansing, but it will require the participation of all the residents." We spent the next few days speaking with our neighbors, explaining the situation as delicately as possible. Some were skeptical, others frightened, but eventually everyone agreed to participate. On the appointed day, Father Andrew led the cleansing, moving from house to house, reciting prayers and sprinkling holy water. The atmosphere was tense, but hopeful. After the ritual, the neighborhood felt lighter, as if a weight had been lifted. The strange occurrences ceased, and life slowly returned to normal. Weeks passed without incident. Ellie and Callum continued to play together, their laughter a comforting sound. The drawing stopped, and the attic remained quiet. One sunny afternoon, as I was tending to the garden, Callum approached me. "Mrs. Harper," he said, "I have something for you." He handed me a drawing, this one different from the others. It depicted our house bathed in sunlight, flowers blooming in the garden, and no figure in the attic window. Beneath the drawing were the words, "Peace." I smiled, tears welling in my eyes. "Thank you, Callum." As he ran off to play with Ellie, I looked up at the attic window. For the first time in weeks, I felt truly at ease. But deep down, I knew that peace could be fragile, and sometimes the past has a way of returning when you least expect it. The days following the neighborhood cleansing were filled with a cautious optimism. The air felt lighter, and the oppressive atmosphere that had once clung to our homes seemed to have dissipated. Children played outside without fear, and neighbors greeted each other with genuine smiles. It was as if a collective weight had been lifted from our shoulders. However, beneath the surface, a lingering unease remained. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was still watching, waiting. The silence felt too complete, too artificial. It was the kind of quiet that precedes a storm. One evening, as I was preparing dinner, Ellie approached me with a drawing in her hand. Her expression was unreadable, a mix of curiosity and apprehension. "Mom," she said softly, "Callum gave me this today." I took the paper from her and unfolded it. It was our house again, meticulously drawn with crayon, but this time the attic window was different. Instead of a figure, there was a swirling mass of darkness, as if the crayon had been pressed harder, the strokes more frantic. Beneath the drawing were the words, "He's changing." A chill ran down my spine. I looked at Ellie, who was watching me intently. "Did Callum say anything else?" I asked. She nodded. "He said the man isn't the same anymore. He's angrier." That night, I found it difficult to sleep. The house was silent, but every creak and groan felt amplified. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, my mind racing with thoughts of the drawing and Callum's ominous words. Around midnight, I heard a faint scratching sound coming from the attic. I held my breath, straining to listen. The scratching continued, rhythmic and deliberate. I nudged Mark awake. "Do you hear that?" I whispered. He listened for a moment before nodding. "It's probably just a mouse or something." But I wasn't convinced. The sound was too deliberate, too intentional. The next morning I decided to investigate. I climbed the ladder to the attic, flashlight in hand. The space was as we had left it, dusty boxes, old furniture, and cobwebs. But in the corner, near the window, I noticed something new. There were deep scratch marks on the wooden floor, as if someone or something had been clawing at it. The marks were fresh, the wood splintered and raw. I backed away slowly, my heart pounding. I needed answers. I reached out to Father Andrew once more. He arrived later that day, his expression grave as I showed him the drawing and the scratch marks. "This is concerning," he said. "It seems the presence hasn't left. If anything, it's growing stronger." He suggested another cleansing, this time focusing solely on our house. That evening, he performed the ritual, reciting prayers and sprinkling holy water in every room. The atmosphere felt tense, the air thick with anticipation. As he concluded the ceremony, a loud bang echoed from the attic. We rushed upstairs, but the space was empty. The scratch marks, however, had multiplied, covering the floor in chaotic patterns. Father Andrew looked at me, his eyes filled with concern. "This entity is feeding on fear. We need to remain strong." In the days that followed, the disturbances escalated. Lights flickered, objects moved on their own, and the oppressive feeling returned with a vengeance. Ellie began having nightmares, waking up screaming about the man in the attic. One night, I awoke to find her standing at the foot of our bed, her eyes wide with terror. "He's here," she whispered. "He's in the house." I jumped out of bed and checked every room, but there was no sign of an intruder. Still, the feeling of being watched was undeniable. Desperate for a solution, I began researching the history of our home. I discovered that before Thomas, the house had been owned by a man named Harold, who had mysteriously disappeared. Neighbors at the time spoke of strange occurrences and a sense of dread that permeated the property. It seemed our home had a long history of darkness. Determined to protect my family, I decided to confront the entity directly. That night, I climbed into the attic alone, flashlight in hand. "Whoever you are," I said aloud, "you are not welcome here. This is our home now, and we will not live in fear." The air grew colder, and a low growl echoed through the space. I stood my ground, repeating the words until the growling ceased. As I descended the ladder, I felt a sense of resolve. I would not let this entity control our lives. The following morning, Ellie handed me another drawing. This one depicted our family standing together, holding hands with the house in the background. The attic window was empty. Beneath the drawing were the words, "He knows you're not afraid." I smiled, tears welling in my eyes. Perhaps by facing our fear, we had weakened the entity's hold. But deep down, I knew the battle wasn't over. The darkness still lingered, waiting for an opportunity to return. We really have no idea what is going on, but I'll come back here and post if anything else happens. Please pray for us. The first cigarette butt showed up on a Tuesday. I was rinsing out a coffee mug when I noticed it just lying there in the grass. A pale white stub with a smudge of lipstick that definitely wasn't mine. I don't smoke, never have. And my daughter Maddie is barely 16 and swears she hasn't either. I trust her. She's not the type to sneak around, and she knows better than to lie to me, especially about something so obvious. At first I figured it was the wind. Maybe someone on the hiking trail behind our house flicked it and it blew over the fence. We live right up against the woods, just outside of town. Quiet mostly, peaceful. Our backyard dips down into a patch of trees that eventually links up with a trailhead about half a mile out. It's the kind of place you move to when you want to get away from traffic and neighbors yelling through apartment walls. I didn't think much of it that day. But then Wednesday came, and there were 3 more butts. Same brand, same lipstick. By Friday, I had collected 7 in total, all from the same spot right where the grass fades into trees, just behind the shed. That's when I started to feel weird about it. I didn't tell Maddie. She'd had a rough week already, sophomore midterms, a group project falling apart, and drama with her best friend over a boy who wasn't even cute. I didn't want to dump my anxiety on her, not when it could still be nothing. I figured I'd keep an eye on it. That night, around 2 in the morning, the motion light went off. It shines right at the back of the yard. I installed it when we first moved in, mostly because Maddie was scared of raccoons back then, and the light gave her peace of mind. It's sensitive, but not that sensitive. A squirrel won't set it off. Something big enough, a person, a deer, maybe a bear would. I got out of bed and peeked through the blinds. The yard was empty, light glowing, nothing moving. I told myself it was nothing, probably a deer, maybe even a gust of wind strong enough to shift the trees. The next morning, I found something new. Behind the shed, nestled in the leaves and dirt, was a folded blanket, not one of ours, a fleece throw, the kind you'd buy from Walmart, covered in burrs and bits of pine straw. Beside it were 2 empty granola bar wrappers and an opened water bottle, half drained and cloudy. Someone had been sitting out there, sleeping maybe, camping in my backyard. The pit in my stomach turned into a full-on ache. I called the non-emergency police line. A young officer came by around noon. He was polite but clearly skeptical, the kind of tired that comes from dealing with calls that don't go anywhere. Probably just a transient, he said. We've had a few come through lately. Could be someone passing through the trails. But the cigarette butts, I said, and the light, and the blanket, it's right behind the shed. He nodded, jotted something down. We can send a car by tonight, he offered. But unless we catch someone in the act, there's not much we can do. You might want to invest in a camera. Get something motion, activated. They're pretty cheap nowadays. He left shortly after that. I stood at the edge of the yard for a long time, staring at the tree line, trying to spot movement. Nothing but rustling leaves and the distant sound of a lawnmower from across the road. That afternoon, I ordered a cheap camera online. It arrived in a day. Fast shipping was one of the perks of living close enough to a town, but far enough to feel like you were out of it. I installed it on the corner of the shed, facing the yard. The app on my phone let me see live footage and recorded clips when the sensor picked something up. For 2 nights, nothing happened. No light, no alerts, nothing unusual. Then, on the 3rd night, Sunday, the camera pinged me at 2:12 a.m. I was already awake, couldn't sleep. I tapped the notification, and the feed loaded slowly, almost like the camera didn't want me to see what it caught. When it finally played, I stopped breathing. A man, just sitting there, dead still, in the dark, facing the house. He was on the blanket, knees pulled up, arms resting across them, hoodie pulled over his head, face shadowed. I couldn't see his expression, but I could feel it, the stillness, the weight of being watched. He didn't move for the full 2-minute clip, just sat, silent, focused. I saved the footage and called the police. They came faster this time. 2 officers. They swept the backyard with flashlights, walked the perimeter, poked around the trees. They found the blanket again, a new pile of wrappers, and this time something worse. A small canvas bag tucked behind a log near the edge of the woods. Inside were food items, trail mix, jerky, water bottles, a small flashlight, a pocket knife, and a folder. Photos. All of Maddie. Some from inside the house, her at the kitchen table, eating cereal, her brushing her hair in the bathroom, half seen through the upstairs window. One from last week, when she'd fallen asleep on the couch, lit only by the TV. They were taken through our windows. From the yard. My stomach turned. The officers were suddenly all business. They called for backup, started marking the area. One stayed to take my statement while the other went door to door, asking if any neighbors had seen anyone lingering near the trail. I sat on the edge of my couch while Maddie slept upstairs, oblivious. I didn't know how to process it. Somebody had been in our yard, not just passing through. Watching, waiting. I'd always thought our home was safe, quiet, private. But that night I learned something I never wanted to know. Sometimes danger doesn't break your door down. Sometimes it waits quietly just outside your window. The next morning, Maddie found me in the kitchen, still in my clothes from the night before, sipping coffee like it could undo everything. I hadn't slept. The police stayed until after 4, searching the perimeter and taking the folder with the photos. They promised a full report and said they'd assign a patrol car to do drive-bys at night, but their words felt weightless. "You okay?" Maddie asked, rubbing her eyes. I nodded too quickly. "Yeah, just couldn't sleep." She glanced toward the back window. "Is something going on? There were cops outside last night." She noticed. Of course she did. Somebody's been trespassing. The police are just being careful. Her eyes narrowed, but she didn't push. That's creepy. I leaned against the counter, watching her pour cereal. Every instinct in me screamed to keep it from her, to shield her from the full weight of what was going on. But then I remembered the photos. Her face through a window, unaware, framed by shadows. She had a right to know. She had to. "Maddie," I said carefully, "there's more." She paused mid-bite. "More what?" There was a man in the backyard, sitting behind the shed. The camera caught him. Her spoon clinked against the bowl. She didn't speak. I kept going. The police found a camp near the woods, food, a sleeping bag, and I took a deep breath, a folder with photos of you. That was the moment her expression broke. It wasn't fear right away. It was disbelief, like maybe I was playing a sick joke or I'd misunderstood. What do you mean? Photos. Taken from outside, through the windows. It looks like he's been watching us for a while. Her hands trembled. She set her spoon down and folded her arms like she was suddenly freezing. Why didn't you tell me last night? I didn't want to scare you until I knew it was real. She didn't say anything. Her eyes welled, but she blinked the tears back. Are they going to find him? I wanted to say yes, that the police were experts and would handle it, that this guy would be arrested and we'd never have to think about it again. But the truth was, they didn't know who he was. No fingerprints, no ID, no leads. I hope so, I said. Maddie didn't finish her cereal. She stayed home that day. I called the school and gave some vague excuse about a family emergency. She spent most of the morning in her room, door closed, and I didn't push her to talk. I spent the time pacing the house, checking every window, every lock. I pulled all the curtains and shut the blinds, even the little ones in the bathroom. At noon, the officer from the night before called. His name was Connors, and he sounded more awake now, more formal. No matches on the fingerprints, he said. The guy wiped everything clean, but the photos, we're taking this seriously. That's stalking. It's criminal. Do you think he's still around? There was a pause. We don't know, but we found cigarette butts along the trail again, still warm. So he's watching us. We can't confirm that, ma'am, but I'd suggest keeping your doors locked, staying in groups, and making sure your daughter's not alone outside, especially at night. I thanked him, hung up, and immediately went to check the locks again, even though I already knew they were secure. That night, Maddie and I slept in the same room. I dragged the armchair from the living room into the corner of her bedroom and sat there while she dozed off. She pretended to be okay, but every time the house creaked, her eyes shot open. The camera app on my phone stayed open all night. No alerts. But I didn't sleep a second. At 6:00 a.m., the motion light went off again. I held my breath, grabbed the phone, and checked the camera feed. This time, there was no man. Just a shadow. Something moving past the shed, too fast to be clearly seen, but definitely not an animal. I got up, careful not to wake Maddie, and went downstairs. I hesitated at the back door, hand hovering over the knob, heart thudding in my ears. Then I unlocked it and stepped outside. The grass was wet with morning dew. The woods were still, heavy with fog. I crept toward the shed, flashlight in one hand, phone in the other. Behind the shed, the blanket was gone. But there was something else. Another photo. This one pinned to the shed's wall with a nail. It was Maddie, again, but not from the window. This one was recent. She was sitting at the kitchen table, back to the window, phone in hand, and the note beneath it scribbled in tight block letters. She looks just like her mother. I ripped it down and stumbled back inside, locking the door behind me. My legs gave out and I sat on the kitchen floor, shaking. This wasn't random. This wasn't a drifter. Whoever he was, he knew us. And he was escalating. I showed the note to Officer Connors later that day, when he returned with another officer to collect the new evidence. He didn't say much at first, just read it, then folded it carefully into an evidence bag. "He's fixated," he said finally. "We're going to do a canvass of the area. Talk to your neighbors. Someone might have seen something." "What am I supposed to do? I can't keep her locked inside forever." "Do you have anywhere you can stay? Friends? Family nearby?" "My sister. She's about 40 minutes out." "I'd go," he said, "just for a few days. Give us time to look around without worrying about your safety." I hated the idea of running, of being chased out of my own home. But when I looked at Maddie, curled up on the couch under a blanket, pale and quiet and not herself, I knew we couldn't stay. That night I packed a bag. As we pulled out of the driveway, I glanced one last time at the woods behind the house. The trees were still, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching us from just beyond the edge. My sister's place felt like a different world. It was bright, loud, and filled with the chaos of her 3 boys tearing through the house like mini tornadoes. The noise was overwhelming, but in a way that felt oddly comforting. Maddie and I took the guest bedroom upstairs, the one with bunk beds and posters of old superhero movies peeling off the walls. She didn't complain. In fact, she didn't say much at all. That first night she lay on the top bunk while I paced the room, phone in hand, refreshing the camera app from home. Nothing. No movement. No new alerts. Still, I couldn't sleep. I lay there staring at the underside of the top bunk, watching the slats and shadows shift with every flicker of light from the hallway. At some point around 2:00 a.m., Maddie spoke. "Why would he write that?" Her voice was quiet, small, like she was talking to herself more than to me. I knew what she meant, the note, the photo, the line that kept echoing through my head. "She looks just like her mother." I sat up slowly. "I don't know," I said. But I did. Or at least I had a terrible suspicion that I didn't want to give shape to yet. "I don't remember, Dad," Maddie said. I froze. She rarely brought him up. "He left when I was 4. You never talk about him." I took a breath, because there's not much to say. She rolled over, staring down at me from the top bunk. "Was he ever weird? I mean, with you?" I blinked up at her. "No, never. He was just gone. He didn't want to be a dad, that's all." But even as I said it, I wondered if I still believed it, or if I ever had. The next morning, I got a call from Officer Connors. "We did a sweep of the woods behind your house," he said. "Found the campsite again. He's moved further out, maybe 30 yards deeper into the tree line. Same supplies, same blanket. He left in a hurry, though." "Is he gone?" "No, we don't think so. He's still nearby. He left something behind." I pressed the phone harder to my ear. "What?" "A journal. Pages torn out, mostly gibberish, but some names, some drawings. Your name is in there, and your daughter's. I felt my throat close. "There's more," he said. "We found a receipt for cigarettes, purchased at a gas station about 15 minutes from your house. Do you have footage?" "We're checking now. We've also asked them to alert us if he returns. For now, I suggest staying where you are." I hung up, hands shaking. Later that afternoon, Maddie and I sat outside on the patio while my nephews launched foam rockets into the grass. She was scrolling through her phone, silent again. The sky was overcast, and the air felt heavy, like it was full of static. "You ever feel like someone's following you, even when you're safe?" she asked suddenly. I looked at her. "Yes," I said. She didn't say anything else. That night, the camera app pinged at 3 a.m. I sat up in bed so fast, I nearly fell out of it. The thumbnail showed a figure in the yard. I tapped it, heart pounding. It was him. The man. He was standing behind the shed again, only this time closer to the house, closer than he'd ever been. He wasn't sitting, he wasn't hiding. He was standing upright, arms at his sides, head tilted slightly upward, looking straight at the kitchen window. At the camera. At me. It was like he knew. The clip was 30 seconds long. He never moved, just stared. Then the feed cut off. I called Connors again. He sounded exhausted but alert. "Don't go back yet," he said. "We'll increase patrols. But I'm telling you, this guy is watching. He knows when you're there and when you're not. He's waiting." "For what?" "We're not sure. But he's patient, and he's not gone." The next morning, Maddie found something on her phone. An airdropped image. Not from a number she knew. Not saved to her messages. Just sitting in her photo gallery. It was her. A shot from behind, standing in my sister's backyard, taken from a distance. Time stamped, 20 minutes earlier. She hadn't left the house all morning. That meant he was here. Not at our home. Here. My stomach dropped so fast I nearly got sick. We called the police again, and they sent a car, but it was the same story. No footprints, no one on camera. No real proof that the photo hadn't been taken days ago, even though we knew it hadn't. That night I sat with Maddie in the guest room while she cried quietly into my shoulder. I didn't have answers. I didn't have plans. I just had rage and fear and a gut-deep feeling that this wouldn't stop until I made it stop. He was hunting us, and he was better at it than we were at hiding. So I did the only thing I could think of. I went home. Alone. I didn't tell Maddie I was going. I left her with my sister, who had enough sense not to ask too many questions. I drove back to our house just after dark, parked in the garage, and turned off every light. Then I waited. I had the camera app open. I had a flashlight in my lap. I had a kitchen knife beside me. And I had a plan, if you could call it that. It was simple. Wait. Watch. And if he came back, follow. Because whoever he was, however he knew us, I needed to see his face. Not through a blurry clip. Not through the window. Face to face. And if I could get that far, Maybe I could finally end this. I sat there in the dark for hours, the only sound in the house the low hum of the refrigerator and the occasional pop from the wooden floor shifting under old age. I'd left every light off. The camera feed was pulled up on my phone, volume turned low, notifications silenced except for one, the motion alert. I didn't blink much, couldn't. Every minute dragged. Just before 2:00 a.m., the camera sent a push alert. Motion detected. My heart jerked up into my throat. I tapped the notification. There he was. On the screen, the man again, standing behind the shed, just like the night before, only now he was closer. The edge of his hoodie caught the light, and I could make out more this time, a beard, not full but patchy, graying at the sides, dark eyes under the shadow of his hood. He didn't move. But he wasn't just staring this time. He was smiling, only with one side of his mouth, the corner twitching up like he knew I was watching. I tapped back out of the feed, slipped on my shoes, and grabbed the flashlight and knife. My hands were sweating. This was reckless, I knew that. Every part of me was screaming not to go out there. But if the police weren't catching him, and he kept getting closer to my daughter, I couldn't wait around anymore. I stepped out the back door as quietly as I could, letting it click shut behind me. The yard was cold. The grass was slick from an earlier drizzle, and the night air had that thick forestry smell of wet leaves and pine. I turned the flashlight on, keeping the beam low to the ground. The camera had caught him at 2:00. It was 2:08 now. I crept toward the shed, moving slow, trying not to crunch twigs underfoot. I heard it before I saw anything, a footstep in the woods. Deliberate, not an animal, someone moving slowly. I slipped around the side of the shed and waited. Flashlight off now. Heart pounding so hard I thought it might give me away. Another step, closer, then a breath, and suddenly I realized he was right on the other side of the shed. I turned the flashlight on and lunged around the corner, knife raised. No one. Just trees, branches swaying, moonlight slicing through the trunks. The blanket was gone again. So was the folder. But something else had been left behind this time, a small cardboard box, perfectly square, wrapped in plastic to protect it from the damp. I crouched down and picked it up. It wasn't heavy, maybe the weight of a couple paperbacks. No markings on the outside. I took it inside before opening it. Back in the kitchen, I sliced through the tape with the tip of the knife. Inside was a stack of photographs, not printed off a phone. Old school, film photos, developed glossy prints with dates in the corners. The first was of me, maybe 20 years ago, high school. I was standing in front of a car I barely remembered, wearing a varsity jacket I hadn't seen in decades. The second was me at my old job, one I hadn't worked at since Maddie was a toddler, taken through a glass window as I was eating lunch alone. The third was Maddie, at the grocery store, not last week, at least 2 years ago, younger, her hair in a braid she hadn't worn since middle school. More photos followed, dozens, some of me, some of Maddie, all taken from a distance. One near the park, another in a dressing room mirror. and one the last in the box taken from the end of our upstairs hallway, looking directly into Maddie's bedroom from just outside the door. It was dated 3 nights ago. I dropped the photo. My stomach turned. That's when the house phone rang. I jumped so hard I knocked over the chair behind me. I stared at it, my mind going blank. Nobody used the landline anymore. We only had it for internet bundling. No one ever called it except spam numbers. But I walked over and picked it up. Hello? Silence. Then breathing. And a low voice, not whispering but not normal either, like someone trying to suppress a laugh. She sleeps on the left side, the voice said, just like you. Then the line went dead. I dropped the receiver like it burned me. I didn't sleep. I couldn't. I locked every window, every door, checked the basement, the attic, twice. I called Officer Connors and left a message. I didn't wait for him to call back. I called the emergency line next. A patrol car came within 20 minutes. The officer stayed for nearly 2 hours, walking the woods with a flashlight, inspecting the box and the photos, taking them in as evidence. But there wasn't much else to do. No fingerprints again. No tracks. No one on the nearby cameras. They promised more surveillance, promised to follow up, promised they'd try. But I was done waiting. The man wasn't just camping nearby. He'd been inside. He had a key. Or he'd found a way in we hadn't noticed. A window left unlocked. A forgotten back door. Somewhere in the timeline of the last few days, maybe weeks, he'd crossed a line we didn't even know was there. And if he'd been watching since Maddie was a toddler, like some of those photos suggested, then this wasn't a stalker. It was an obsession. And maybe worse. I packed a second bag that morning. Not to run. To prepare. I took Maddie back from my sister's house that evening. She didn't ask why. She didn't want to be apart anymore, and neither did I. That night, she slept in my room, and I stayed awake in the chair again. This time, I didn't bring just a flashlight and a knife. I brought the baseball bat I kept in the garage, because if he came back, I wouldn't just be watching anymore. I'd be waiting. The first few hours of the night passed with an eerie stillness, the kind that's too quiet to feel natural. I sat in the same chair by the window, the baseball bat leaning against my leg, and my phone resting face up beside me, camera app open, brightness turned low. Maddie lay curled up in my bed, fast asleep but clutching one of the pillows like it anchored her to the world. She hadn't asked any questions when I brought her back. She just looked relieved to be with me, even in that house. Midnight came and went. 1 a.m. ticked by, then 2. The motion light in the backyard never came on. But around 2:17 a.m., my phone pinged. Motion detected. I didn't hesitate. I tapped the alert, and the feed loaded instantly. The man was back. But this time, he wasn't at the edge of the woods. He wasn't by the shed. He was standing on the porch, right outside the back door. His hoodie was down now, his face fully visible, pale skin, thin lips, hollow cheeks. His eyes were fixed on the camera, and he was smiling again, only now it was wider, more confident, like he knew something I didn't. He raised one hand and waved. Just once. Then he walked slowly to the left, toward the side of the house, out of frame. I leapt up, grabbed the bat, and ran to the back door. I didn't fling it open. I unlocked it slowly, eased it open with one hand, and stepped barefoot onto the porch. Nothing. The air was cold, the kind of cold that seeps into your jaw and makes your teeth ache. I moved carefully down the steps, flashlight in one hand, bat in the other. I didn't call out. I didn't want to give him the satisfaction of hearing fear in my voice. I circled the side of the house. Still nothing. But then I saw it. A smear on the side window. A fingerprint. No, a palm print, a full hand pressed against the glass, as if he'd leaned into it to get a better view. It was right outside the laundry room. The curtain was closed, but just thin enough that I knew he'd been watching the hallway. I backed up, skin crawling. Then I caught it movement. In the woods, a figure, running. I chased. I didn't think, I just ran. Over the grass, past the shed, into the trees. The flashlight bobbed wildly in front of me, illuminating trunks and roots and nothing else. But I heard him. Leaves crunching, branches snapping. He was fast. Too fast. I sprinted for maybe 30 seconds before I realized how far I'd gone and how stupid this was. What was I going to do if I caught him? He knew these woods better than I did. I was barefoot, in pajamas, holding a bat like it would save me from whatever this man really was. I turned back, and that's when I saw it. A second camp. Not the original one behind the shed. This one was deeper in, hidden under a half-collapsed hunting blind, half covered with brush. Blankets, more wrappers, empty water bottles, and a notebook. I knelt beside it, breath catching in my throat. It wasn't torn up like the one the police had found. This one was intact, filled, front to back, with neat handwriting in dark ink, page after page of names, dates, sketches. At the center of one page, our house. A crude drawing, but unmistakable. And right below it, in capital letters, "She's ready now." I slammed the book shut, heart thudding in my ears. A branch snapped behind me. I stood up fast, turning in every direction, flashlight beams slicing through the dark. But no one was there. I didn't wait. I ran back to the house faster than I ever had in my life. Burst through the back door, slammed it shut, locked every bolt and latch. I woke Maddie. She sat up, groggy and alarmed. "What's going on?" I didn't sugarcoat it. He was here. He waved at the camera. He touched the window. I found another camp. He has a notebook with our house drawn in it. She paled. "I want you to pack a bag," I said. "Anything you need for a few nights." "Where are we going?" I paused. "Somewhere safer." At dawn, I brought the notebook to the station. Connors wasn't on shift, but another detective, an older man named Hargrave, took one look at it and told me to wait in a room. 20 minutes later, he came back with a small file folder. He sat down across from me. "I need to ask you something," he said, "and I need you to be honest." I nodded. "Do you know a man named Gregory Holbrook?" I blinked. The name meant nothing at first. Then it hit me, a memory I hadn't touched in years. I was 19, college freshman, first boyfriend. We'd met at a party, dated for 2 months. He was strange, possessive, intense, always showing up unannounced, calling at weird hours. When I broke it off, he didn't take it well. I moved dorms without telling anyone. I hadn't heard from him since. "That was over 17 years ago," I said. "He just disappeared." Hargrave nodded slowly. We pulled prints from the new notebook. They match a set from a sealed file. Gregory Holbrook changed his name 15 years ago after a mental health hold. We don't have anything recent on him until now. The room tilted slightly. "This whole time, it was him." "It looks that way," Hargrave said. "He's been watching you, for years, probably. He's fixated not just on you, but your daughter too. He believes she belongs to him." I felt my stomach drop. "He thinks Maddie's his?" Hargrave didn't answer right away. "We've assigned a detail to your home," he said, "but I don't want you staying there. Not tonight, maybe not for a while." "Do you think he'll come back?" He looked at me with the kind of expression that only means one thing. "He already has." That night, Maddie and I stayed in a hotel, the kind near the freeway with thick curtains and too much chlorine in the pool. I didn't sleep. She curled up next to me, like she did when she was a little girl and had bad dreams. Only now, the bad dream was real. And outside, somewhere, a man was still watching, still waiting. But for the first time, we had a name. And that meant we had a chance. We spent 3 days in that hotel. 3 long, sleepless days filled with whispered conversations, police interviews, and a steady, gnawing fear that no lock, no camera, no barrier was going to be enough. Maddie barely left the room. She kept the curtains drawn tight and only spoke when she had to, her voice low and brittle. I stayed alert, watching the parking lot, double-checking every entry point, always bracing for the knock that might never come. But on the morning of the 4th day, everything changed. Detective Hargrave called just after 7. His voice was calm, measured, but there was something behind it, a tone I hadn't heard in weeks. Resolution. "We've got him," he said. I froze. My hand tightened around the phone. "Where?" "About a mile from your house, in the woods. We had a trail cam set up near the old creek bed. He triggered it around 5 this morning. Units were nearby. Took him without incident." I couldn't speak. "You okay?" Hargrave asked. I think so. You and Maddie are safe now. He's in custody." I looked over at my daughter, still wrapped in the hotel blanket, eyes heavy but focused on me. I gave her the smallest nod, and she blinked, like maybe she didn't believe it yet. "Is he talking?" I asked. Hargrave paused. "He's not denying anything. We found more at the site, another notebook, drawings, maps, and something else." "What?" "A small box. Inside were locks of hair, yours and Maddie's, from different stages of her life. We believe he's been tracking you both for over a decade." I turned away from Maddie, pressing a hand to my chest. My lungs felt too tight. How is that even possible? We're still piecing it together, but it's clear now he started with you. He fixated, and when you had Maddie, he redirected that obsession. He believes she belongs to him, that you took her. I couldn't speak. Do you want to come in? He asked gently. See the files? Ask questions? No, I said quietly. I just want it over. 2 days later, I returned home. Alone. Maddie stayed with my sister a little longer. I needed to see the house first, needed to know it still felt like mine, that the walls didn't hold the echo of his footsteps, that the windows weren't just places he'd watched from. The backyard was silent. The trees were still. No more cigarette butts. No more blankets. The police had cleared everything. No signs of a camp. The notebook had been logged into evidence. The second box taken away. I walked through each room, checking windows, testing locks, inspecting the spots where he might have stood, watched, touched. I stopped at Maddie's bedroom door. It had been left ajar. I pushed it open slowly, half expecting something to be wrong. But it looked just like it always had: soft lighting, posters peeling slightly, a stack of books beside the bed, her favorite hoodie on the back of the chair. Only one thing was out of place. On the windowsill, tucked behind the curtain, was a folded piece of paper. No envelope. No name. Just a single handwritten note. She smiled like you. I only wanted to see her grow up. My hands shook. I placed it into a Ziploc bag and brought it to Hargrave later that day. He looked tired, older than before, but still sharp. He left this? I nodded. We think he slipped it through the window before we picked him up, he said, his way of saying goodbye. Is that what this was to him? Some long, deranged reunion? He doesn't see it as stalking, Hargrave said. He's rationalized it, built a world where you and Maddie were his, a world where he was part of your lives. Everything else, the trespassing, the photos, he sees that as proof of love, not obsession. Can I ask you something? Of course. Why now? Why after all this time? Hargrave sighed. We think Maddie's age triggered something. 16. That's how old you were when he first met you. He saw her become what you were, and that line blurred. He couldn't tell the difference anymore. I sat back in the chair, letting that settle. You stopped it, he said quietly, before it got worse. It already was worse, I said. He didn't argue. When I finally brought Maddie home, she was nervous. She stood in the doorway, arms crossed, as if the place might collapse around her. You okay? I asked. She shrugged. But that night, she slept in her own room. The light stayed on, and the door cracked open, but she slept. That was enough. We changed the locks, got better cameras. I put up new blinds and added motion lights on all sides of the house. For weeks, we jumped at every creak, every rustle of wind. But eventually, the silence returned, the normal kind. Time passed. Hargrave called once a week, then once a month. The case was solid. The charges were numerous: stalking, breaking and entering, attempted abduction, harassment, and the notebook sealed the rest. Gregory Holbrook would never walk free again, not because he apologized, but because he never would. He never saw what he did as wrong, but the court did. The system did. That was enough. Months later, Maddie turned 17. She asked for one thing, to go on a hike, the same trail behind the house, the one she used to love before all of this. I hesitated, of course, but I went with her. We packed lunch, took our time, and when we passed the place where the shed meets the trees, she stopped. There was nothing there anymore. No blankets, no footprints, just quiet woods. "I don't want to be afraid of our backyard forever," she said. "You don't have to be." She looked at me, and for the first time in months, her smile reached her eyes. Some scars don't show. Some stalkers don't scream or knock or break in. They wait, watch, take pieces of your life while you're not looking. But we got ours back. He took years from us. We took everything else from him. And now, we sleep with the windows closed, the blinds drawn, and the camera's always on. Not because we're scared, because we're prepared, because our home is ours again. And no one, not even a ghost from the past, will ever take it from us again. I almost did not want to share this because it sounds like something out of a bad horror movie, and honestly, I am still not sure how much I believe it myself. But it has been happening for weeks now, and I feel like I need to write it down, if only to make sense of it all. I live in a small house in Seattle, nothing fancy, but it is my home. It all started with the knocking. Not just any knocking, but 3 slow taps, always at the exact same time, 2:47 in the morning, like clockwork. The first time I heard it, I thought it was just the wind or maybe a branch tapping against the porch. But then it happened again and again. Every night at 2:47, 3 slow knocks on the front door or the porch window. It was strange enough that I started paying attention. I would lie awake in bed, listening, my heart pounding quietly, trying to tell myself it was nothing. But then I saw him. One night, I got out of bed and looked out the window. Standing just beyond the porch light was a tall man, naked, his skin an unnatural gray color, and his eyes too wide and unblinking. He did not move, did not speak. He just stood there, knocking 3 times, then walking away slowly into the darkness. I froze, clutching the window frame, trying to convince myself I was dreaming or hallucinating. Over the next few nights, the pattern continued. The knocking at 2:47, the same slow, deliberate 3 taps, and the man standing just beyond the porch light. I started keeping my curtains closed, but sometimes I could not help but peek. There was something about him that was both terrifying and sad. He never came closer, never tried to enter the house. He was just there, an eerie presence waiting for something I could not understand. I told a neighbor about the knocking, hoping for some explanation. She shrugged it off, saying she had seen the man too, but that he did not come to everyone. He only comes to certain houses, she said casually, as if it was normal. That made it even creepier. Why was he coming to me? What did he want? Sometimes I caught glimpses of him in reflections, mirrors, windows, even the screen of my phone. He would be there, staring back at me, but when I turned around, he was gone. It was like he existed only in reflections, not in the real world. It made me question my own sanity. Was he real or just a trick my mind was playing on me? One night, the knocking started on the windows too, soft taps that grew louder, echoing through the house when I was asleep. I would wake up startled, heart racing, but when I checked, there was no one outside. The window panes were cold and the street was empty. The knocking seemed to be coming from inside the glass, not outside. I started keeping a journal, writing down every night the time and details of the knocking. It was a small way to hold on to reality, to remind myself that this was happening and not just a bad dream. I tried to research the history of the house, wondering if something had happened here before. I found an old newspaper article about a man who was found dead in this very house almost 30 years ago. The article described him as tall and thin, with no clear cause of death. It was the closest thing I could find to explain the strange visitor. The more I learned, the more unsettled I felt. It was like the past was reaching out to me, and I was caught in between. The knocking, the tall gray man, the reflections, they were all connected somehow. I did not know what he wanted or why he was here, but I knew I could not ignore it. Every night at 2:47, I braced myself for the knocks, hoping that one day I might find an answer, or that it might all just stop. But for now, the tall man stands silently on my porch, knocking 3 times and watching. It is hard to explain how much the knocking affected me. It was not just the sound, but the timing of it. Always at 2:47 in the morning, 3 slow taps that seemed to echo through the whole house. At first I thought I could ignore it, or convince myself it was just some weird coincidence. But the longer it went on, the harder it was to pretend everything was normal. I would lie awake in bed, heart racing, waiting for the sound to start. Sometimes it felt like the whole world was holding its breath, waiting with me. The man standing on the porch only made things worse. His presence was so unsettling. He never spoke or moved much except to knock 3 times and then disappear into the night. His skin was an unnatural shade of gray, almost as if he was fading in and out of existence. His eyes were wide open, too wide, and they seemed to pierce right through me. It felt like he knew things about me, things I had never told anyone. I caught myself staring at his reflection in windows and mirrors, feeling like he was always there, watching. I tried talking to my neighbors about him. Most acted like they did not see anything or quickly changed the subject. One woman told me he did not come to everyone, which made it feel even more personal and creepy. Why was I the only one being visited? I started to feel singled out, like I was part of some private nightmare. It was exhausting, and I found myself avoiding the porch and even the front windows. The knocking started to change. It was no longer just on the porch door. Sometimes I would wake up to taps on the windows, soft and deliberate, as if someone was trying to get my attention without scaring me awake. I remember one night I sat up and watched as the knocks moved from one window to another, circling the house. I did not want to move or make a sound. The silence between the knocks was thick, like the air itself was waiting. I became obsessed with tracking the knocking. I kept a notebook by my bed and wrote down the times and details every night. It was a small way to hold on to something solid in the chaos. Writing made me feel less alone, even though the pages filled with descriptions of the same slow 3 taps every night. I began to notice patterns in the sound, small differences in the way the knocks echoed depending on which window they came from. It was like a language I could almost understand, but never quite. The reflections haunted me. I caught the tall man in mirrors in the hallway, in the glass of my kitchen cabinets, even in my phone screen when I was scrolling through photos. Every time I turned around quickly, there was nothing there. It was like he only existed in the spaces between realities, always present, but never fully here. It made me question my own mind and whether I was losing touch with reality. The house itself seemed to change. Rooms felt colder when he was around, shadows deepened in corners, and the light from lamps flickered unexpectedly. Sometimes I thought I heard whispering, soft and unintelligible, just beyond the edge of hearing. I told myself it was stress or lack of sleep, but it felt too real to be dismissed. I became wary of the night, unsure if I would be able to sleep or if the knocking would pull me into a darker place. I researched the history of my home obsessively. The discovery of the old news article about the man who died here nearly 30 years ago was chilling. The article described him as tall and thin, just like the man on my porch. No cause of death was ever found, and the case remained a mystery. I could not stop thinking about it. Was the man I saw the restless spirit of the one who died? Was he trying to tell me something? Was he trapped here, doomed to knock every night? I felt like I was living in a horror story. I started to notice that the knocking was not just a sound, but a message. Sometimes the pauses between the knocks changed, or the rhythm shifted slightly. I tried to record it on my phone, but the recordings always came out fuzzy or with strange static. It was like the knocking was meant to be heard only by me in that exact moment. Despite the fear, I was curious. I wanted to understand who this man was and what he wanted. I started leaving notes on the porch, hoping to communicate. The notes were simple, asking why he knocked and if he needed help. I never got a reply, but sometimes the notes were moved or torn. It was the only interaction I had with him, and it was both comforting and terrifying. One night, I woke to the sound of knocking, louder than ever, but this time it was not on the porch or windows. It was coming from inside the house, from the bedroom window. I sat up slowly and looked toward the glass. There he was, the tall man, reflected in the window but not outside. His eyes were wide and unblinking, and for a moment I thought he was trying to reach through the glass. I blinked, and he was gone. After that night, I installed extra locks and curtains on the windows. I kept my phone close and talked to friends more, trying to stay grounded. But the knocking continued, and so did the appearances and reflections. It became a nightly ritual, one I dreaded but could not escape. The tall man who knocks 3 times feels like a part of the house now, an unseen tenant who never leaves. I do not know why he is here or what he wants, but I am beginning to think that maybe some mysteries are not meant to be solved. All I can do is wait each night at 2:47, listen for those 3 slow taps, and hope that one day the knocking will stop. It was getting harder and harder to pretend that I was not losing my mind. The knocking kept coming every night at 2:47, the same 3 slow taps that echoed in my ears long after the sound stopped. I stopped sleeping properly, and my days blurred together in a fog of exhaustion and fear. The tall man on my porch became a fixture of my nights. an eerie and silent visitor who seemed to exist in some strange space between reality and nightmare. I kept hoping that maybe, just maybe, one night the knocking would not come, but it always did. I started to notice other strange things around the house that I had never paid much attention to before. Sometimes the lights would flicker, dimming and brightening as if someone was moving through the rooms. The air would feel colder, especially near the windows and the front door. I would catch glimpses of movement out of the corner of my eye shadows shifting, or a figure standing just beyond the edge of my vision. But when I turned to look, there was nothing there. The reflections became more frequent and unsettling. I would see the tall man not just in the hallway mirror or the front window, but also in my phone screen or the glass on the picture frames around the house. Each time his eyes were wide and unblinking, watching me with a sadness or hunger that I could not understand. Sometimes I would stare back for too long, feeling like I was staring into the void. I was not sure if he was real or just a figment of my tired mind. My neighbors continued to act like the man did not exist. I asked a few more people if they had seen him, and most shrugged or said they preferred not to talk about it. One older woman told me quietly that he only came to certain houses and that I should be careful. That made me feel more alone than ever, like I was being singled out for something I could not control. I kept wondering why he chose my home, why he knocked every single night, and what he wanted from me. The knocking itself started to change. Sometimes it would move from the front door to the windows, tapping softly on the glass when I was trying to sleep. I would wake with my heart racing, listening to the rhythm of the knocks as they moved from window to window, like a slow and eerie dance. I became afraid to close my eyes, afraid that if I did, I might never open them again. But I also felt trapped, like I had no choice but to endure this nightly ritual. In an attempt to make sense of everything, I spent hours researching the history of the house. The old newspaper article I found haunted me. A man, tall and thin, was found dead in the house almost 30 years ago. The cause of death was never determined. The mystery surrounding his death felt like a shadow hanging over my home. I started to believe that the tall man knocking at my door was connected to this tragedy somehow, like a restless spirit trapped between worlds. I tried to reach out to him, leaving notes taped to the door and windows. The notes were simple, asking who he was and why he was here. I never received a response, but sometimes I found the notes moved or torn. It was the only form of communication I had, and it was both terrifying and oddly comforting to know that he noticed me. One night, I decided to confront the knocking head-on. I waited until 2:47, my heart pounding so loud I thought it would burst. The knocks started, slow and deliberate. I opened the door just a crack and looked out, but there was nothing there. The porch was empty, the night silent except for the faint sound of my own breathing. It was the first time the man had not been standing there, and the absence felt heavier than his presence ever had. After that night, the knocking stopped for a few days. I felt hopeful that maybe it was over. But then, one evening, I caught a glimpse of the man in the reflection of my bathroom mirror. His eyes were wide and sad, and for a moment, it felt like he was trying to say goodbye. I blinked, and he was gone. The knocking resumed that night, but now it felt different, like a farewell rather than a demand. I began to realize that the tall man was not trying to harm me. He was trapped, stuck in a place he could not leave. The knocking was his way of reaching out, a way to remind the living that he existed. It was a haunting and lonely message, and I started to feel a strange compassion for him. The nights became less terrifying after that. I still heard the knocking and saw the reflections, but the fear was replaced with a quiet sadness. I talked to him silently, hoping he could hear me. I told him he was not alone, and that maybe, one day, he would find peace. I learned to live with the strange presence in my home. The knocking remained a part of my life, a reminder of the past lingering in the shadows, but I was no longer afraid. I had faced the unknown and found a way to coexist with it. Looking back, I realized that some mysteries do not need to be solved to be understood. The tall man who knocks 3 times was a part of my story now, a silent visitor from another time. And though I do not know his full story, I have found a way to live alongside his. It was after that night, the one where I saw him in the mirror one last time, that things began to shift. I cannot say exactly when or how, but the knocking started to change, and with it, the feeling in the house. At first, it was subtle, almost imperceptible. Instead of those 3 slow, steady taps at 2:47 every morning, the knocking became less predictable. Sometimes it came a few minutes earlier or later. Sometimes there were only 2 knocks or 4. It was like the rhythm itself was trying to speak, or maybe it was trying to fade away. I found myself listening more carefully, trying to catch patterns, trying to understand. It was like the knocking was a language I had only just begun to learn. The sounds would echo through the house in different ways depending on where I was. Sometimes I would be in the kitchen when the knocks started, and the sound would feel close, sharp, as if someone was standing right outside the window. Other times, I would be in the living room, and the knocking would seem distant, muffled, as if coming from far away. The tall man's reflections became less frequent too. I would catch a glimpse of him in the hallway mirror or the glass of the front door, and then blink, only to find the reflection empty. It was like he was slowly slipping away from this world, fading with the last echoes of his knocking. I started to wonder if he was finally moving on, or if I was just learning to see less. Despite these changes, I felt a growing calm in the house. The shadows seemed less sharp, the cold spots less biting. I still woke at 2:47 some nights, expecting the knocking, but sometimes there was only silence. The house felt quieter, as if it was holding its breath. It was a different kind of quiet, one that did not fill me with dread, but with a strange sense of peace. I began to talk more openly about what was happening with friends and family. At first, I had kept everything to myself, afraid of sounding crazy or being judged. But sharing my story helped me feel less alone. People were surprised and curious, but also understanding. Some shared their own stories of strange experiences, which made me realize that the world is full of things we cannot explain. My neighbors, too, became more open when I asked them again about the man. One elderly woman told me that she remembered the story of the man who died in the house years ago, and that the knocking had been heard by others before me. She said the community had always been respectful, avoiding the house at night and leaving small tokens on the porch as a sign of peace. I started to understand that this was not just my story, but part of a larger history. I decided to research old newspapers and archives at the local library. I found more articles about the man who died in my house. His name was Thomas, and he had been a recluse, living alone and quietly until his sudden death. The circumstances were mysterious, and no one ever found out how he had died. Some speculated about illness, others whispered about darker things, but the truth remained a mystery. I felt connected to Thomas, like his story had reached across time to find me. One afternoon I found a small, weathered stone on the porch that had not been there before. It was smooth and round, almost like a river rock. I did not know who left it or why, but it felt like a gesture of goodwill, a silent message from whoever or whatever had been knocking all those nights. I placed it on the windowsill inside and looked at it often. The house felt lighter with each passing day. I began to decorate again, hanging pictures and lighting candles. The porch light no longer felt eerie but welcoming. Sometimes, when I stepped outside in the early morning, I thought I saw a figure standing at the edge of the yard, watching me with those wide eyes. But when I blinked, the figure was gone. The knocking eventually stopped completely. The last time I heard it, I was awake and listening. The 3 taps came, slow and deliberate, and then silence. It felt like a goodbye, like the man had finally found peace and was letting me know he was leaving. I sat by the window for a long time afterward, feeling a mix of sadness and relief. I do not know if the tall man who knocked 3 times was really Thomas or something else entirely. I do not know if he was a ghost, a memory, or a part of the house itself. But I know that he changed me. He made me more aware of the unseen and the unknown, and he taught me that sometimes silence can be as meaningful as noise. Living in that house has been a journey, a strange and unsettling one, but also one filled with moments of beauty and connection to the past. I have learned to live with the echoes of those knocks and to find peace in the spaces between. The house feels like home again, not just because of the walls and windows, but because I have made peace with its history. Now, when I hear a creak or a whisper of wind, I do not jump in fear. Instead, I listen with curiosity and respect. I remember the tall man with the wide eyes and gray skin, standing silently on my porch, knocking 3 times in the early hours, and I feel grateful that somehow our stories crossed paths. For anyone who has ever felt haunted by something they cannot explain, I want to say this. Sometimes the things that scare us most are also the things that teach us the most about ourselves. And sometimes letting go is the bravest thing we can do. I kept thinking about those last knocks for days afterward. It was strange how a sound that had terrified me for weeks could suddenly feel like a goodbye. The silence that followed was heavy but peaceful in a way I had not expected. I started to feel like the house was healing along with me. I no longer flinched at every creak or shadow. The air seemed lighter, as if the weight of whatever had been lingering had finally lifted. I found myself spending more time on the porch during the evenings, watching the sky change colors and listening to the quiet sounds of the neighborhood settling in for the night. It was a simple thing, but it helped me reconnect with the space that had felt so strange and haunted. Sometimes, just sitting there, I thought I saw movement at the edge of the yard, a flicker of something tall and thin slipping behind the trees. I would hold my breath and blink, only to find the yard empty and still. The reflection of the tall man stopped appearing, and with it went the uneasy feeling that I was being watched constantly. I could look into the mirror or my phone screen, without catching a glimpse of those wide, unblinking eyes staring back at me. It was a relief I did not fully understand until it was gone. It was like the veil between this world and something else had lifted, allowing me to see clearly again. One day, I came across an old journal at a local flea market. It was leather-bound and yellowed with age, and inside were the writings of a man named Thomas, who had lived in Seattle decades ago. Reading his words gave me chills. He wrote about feeling isolated and misunderstood, about strange noises and shadows in his home, and about a sense that something was not quite right. His final entry was hauntingly vague, mentioning a sense of peace he hoped to find soon. It was as if Thomas was reaching out from the past to connect with me, to tell his story through time. I took the journal home and kept it on my bedside table, reading a few pages each night. It helped me make sense of the knocking and the man I had seen. Thomas was more than a ghost or a legend. He was a person whose story had become tangled with mine. I also started talking to people more about what had happened. Sharing the experience helped me feel less isolated. Friends and family listened with a mix of disbelief and concern, but their support meant everything. Some told me about their own encounters with the unexplained, reminding me that I was not alone in having strange experiences. The neighbors became friendlier too. I learned more about the history of the street and the community. People spoke of the house with a kind of respectful distance, as if it held secrets they did not want to disturb. I realized that my story was part of a larger tapestry of lives and events that shaped this neighborhood. I began to focus on reclaiming my home fully. I painted walls, planted flowers on the porch, and invited friends over for small gatherings. Each step was a way to fill the space with life and light, pushing back the lingering shadows. The house no longer felt like a place haunted by a past tragedy, but a home where I could live and grow. Despite the progress, I still sometimes felt a pang of sadness for the tall man. I did not know what had kept him tethered to the house for so long, or what finally allowed him to leave. I hoped that wherever he was now, he had found the peace he sought. That thought brought me a quiet comfort. Looking back, I realized that the knocking and the visits from the tall man forced me to confront parts of myself I had ignored. I learned to face fear, uncertainty, and loneliness in ways I never had before. The experience, while terrifying, also gave me strength and insight. I do not know if the man was truly Thomas or something else, but his presence changed my life. It made me more aware of the unseen and the mysteries that surround us. It taught me to listen to sounds, to silences, and to the stories that are told in subtle ways. Now, when I hear a soft tap or a creak in the house, I do not jump in fear. Instead, I pause and listen, appreciating the life and history in the walls around me. I have learned that not all mysteries are meant to be solved, and sometimes the most important thing is to find peace within the unknown. If you have ever felt haunted by something you cannot explain, I want you to know that you are not alone. Fear can be a powerful teacher, and healing is possible, even when the path is unclear. Sometimes, all we need is to open ourselves to the stories around us and find the courage to face them. The last few weeks felt like a slow turning point, like the house and I were finally coming to an uneasy truce. The knocking had stopped entirely, and the tall man no longer appeared in reflections or shadows. The nights were quiet again, the kind of quiet that lets you breathe fully without the tight knot of fear in your chest. I still kept a journal where I wrote down every odd noise or fleeting feeling, but those entries became less frequent, and the fear that had gripped me for so long began to loosen. I spent a lot of time reflecting on everything that had happened. The knocks, the reflections, the sense of being watched had all felt so real and yet so surreal. I realized that the experience had forced me to look inward, to confront not only the unknown in my home, but the fears and loneliness I carried inside myself. In a way, the tall man was a symbol of that struggle, someone trapped, unable to move on, just like I had felt at times. The discovery of Thomas's journal had been a pivotal moment for me. Reading his words and thoughts made me feel connected to something bigger, something beyond the walls of my house. His hopes and fears echoed my own, and through him I found a path to understanding. I often wonder if the knocking was his way of reaching out, asking for acknowledgement and peace. If so, I hope he found it in those final taps and the silence that followed. I invited friends and family over more often, filling the house with laughter, conversation, and warmth. I painted the walls in bright colors and hung new curtains to let in more sunlight. The porch light that once cast eerie shadows now shone softly, welcoming guests instead of mysterious visitors. The small stone left on my windowsill stayed there, a quiet reminder of the unseen and the stories that dwelled just beyond our sight. The neighbors, who had once seemed distant or dismissive, grew friendlier. We shared stories about the neighborhood's past and the old house that stood on this quiet street. Some had heard the knocking long before I did, and others remembered Thomas's story. It was like a community coming together to honor a piece of shared history, no longer afraid to speak of the strange or the unexplained. Through therapy and support, I healed in ways I did not expect. The fear that once controlled my nights no longer held power over me. I learned to trust myself again, and to find peace in the everyday sounds of the house, the creaks, the hum of the heater, the whisper of wind outside. Those sounds were no longer threats, but part of the living, breathing space I called home. Sometimes in the quiet moments, I think about the tall man with the gray skin and wide eyes. I do not feel fear anymore, but a profound sadness and compassion. He was a part of this house's story, a reminder that not all stories have clear endings, and that some souls linger longer than we expect. I like to believe that he found peace, that his knocking was a final goodbye, a signal that he was ready to move on. If there is one thing this experience has taught me, it is that fear can teach us about strength, resilience, and the importance of connection. Sometimes the unknown challenges us to grow in ways we never imagined. It reminds us that our homes, our memories, and our histories are intertwined, and that healing often comes from acceptance and understanding. For anyone reading this who feels haunted by something invisible or inexplicable, I want you to know that it is okay to feel afraid and uncertain. It is okay to seek help and to share your story. Sometimes, the act of telling is the first step toward healing, and sometimes, the quiet moments after the knocks have stopped are the most important of all. I still live in that old house in Seattle, and while the knocking is gone, the memories remain. They are a part of me now, woven into the fabric of my life. But more importantly, they remind me that even in the darkest nights, there is a path to peace. And sometimes all it takes is listening to the knocks, waiting for the silence, and finding courage in the waiting.